It's on? I don't think it's on. Is it on? Okay. Hi. Hello. I invite everyone to come to our stage. I mean, closer to the stage. We will start in a few seconds. Yeah? We can start now. Hello. Good afternoon. Welcome to Savvy Contemporary. My name is Renan Laruan. I'm the artistic director. Oh, are you okay? Okay. Um, yeah, so I have the easiest task today to open this invocation. And I wanted to acknowledge perhaps the grief and sorrow and the difficulty of the past few weeks, not only in Berlin, but perhaps this dispersed reality of mourning, but also at the same time, struggling and grasping with language, on how language escapes certain expressions, but also at the same time it always insufficient in terms of how we can make sense of what's happening in the world. So just like in the tradition of savvy contemporary, every exhibition that we do includes an invocation. And I think this invocation is an opportunity not only to be together and to articulate the possibility of having a language, but perhaps to summon the possibility of a new language. Um, and tonight, this entire offering is not possible, of course, without the support of our production team, the many hands and minds who put together this program, as well as the presence of artists who have exhibited here, but also at the same time who are offering certain annotations and articulations for the night. And I don't want to take up so much of the time for this program, but I wanted to introduce the curators, Sagal Farah and Billy Fowo, to perhaps share with us, the depth of this offering. So yeah, Sagal and Billy, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Renan.
Thank you, Renan. Hi, everyone. And just to echo Renan's word, very warm welcome to all of you. It's always a nice and a pleasant gesture to see you in the space with us. It's very cold outside, so we want to acknowledge the fact that you got out of your places and came here with us. So thank you for holding the space with us here at Savvy Contemporary. My name is Billy Fo, and I am one of the curators of the project Ego Have to Adjust. We are gathered here today in the framework of invocations, and maybe as TC Director mentioned, the invocations is also a moment for us to just like somehow delve a bit more deeper into the projects we work on, into what we do at Savvy. Just to give you a brief idea about the project, this is a project we've been working on for a few years now. It's had multiple and different iterations into different spaces and geographies with different partners. We started the research a few years ago, and it happens that the very first iteration of the project, which was a research trip we were able to do with our partners in Hargeisa in Somaliland called Fankena. But of course, with the whole ecosystem, it was very enriching. And during that iteration, we were able to look at this project, look at language through the lens of like oral transmission, because we acknowledge and we understand the fact that knowledge is not found only within written material, but there's also knowledge within transmitting and within orality. And one thing I think that was very enriching for us, and that was like a very powerful, was how through this research trip that was happening in a place which is very much steeped within oral tradition, but also has this aim towards having intergenerational conversations happening. We were able to just delve deeper into the project and bring together different cultural practitioners, but also artists from different fields to think about this language. We've had the exhibition at Savi that has been going on for almost 2 months now, and the exhibition will still be running after the invocation, so it's also an invitation for you, if you haven't been here, to come back, be with us in the space and have a look at the exhibition. And yeah, maybe just to say that the invocation, again, as we mentioned, much more than the artists who we're very grateful and thankful to for holding the space with us during the exhibition, it's also a possibility to just invite more voices, because for a topic like this, for a subject like language, which is at the same time one thing we share in common, but also very particular and personal to each and everyone, we wanted to see how we can provide another space to invite just more conversations and more voices around that. And maybe just to mention something, or a little anecdote, which is a bit personal to me regarding this project and regarding, the theme which we're thinking about, which is language. I was sharing with Sagal just a bit earlier, but also I've shared with the team that, when a few years ago I moved from Cameroon to come to Germany, one of the very first things, or these relationships I had to language, which is the German language, which is meant to be the one, spoken in this context, was that I was told the best way to let's say, integrate in Germany is to speak German, And I think it really stayed with me, to the point where almost a decade down the line, working on a project like this, thinking about languages in general, I think one thing that was very interesting for us was just thinking about the opening we can have towards language, and how, as the researcher and linguist Kofi Yakpo says, what does it take for people, within particular geographies to speak multiple languages at the same time, but also how does the presence of these multiple languages influence, but also shape the way the so-called main language of a particular place, is articulated within time. I will pass on to Sagal. And yeah, just to say again, thank you for being here with us, and we're looking forward to the whole program with you today.
Thank you, Billy. And thank you, Renan, for the introduction. So my name is Sagal, and I am one of the curators of this exhibition, but I'm part of Greater Savi, and I'm part of the curatorial team as well. And what I'd like to take you back to is the point where I started reading the specific readings that have contributed to this project. One of them is Lingua Terti Empri, which is Language of the Third Reich by Viktor Klemperer. And it is a collection of journal notes that were written by a German Jewish philologist who survived the Second World War. Someone who paid meticulous attention to the incremental changes of language, and how he was noticing that not just propaganda, but what he was calling the language of the Third Reich was creeping into the public domain, into personal conversations, into playgrounds, into jokes, into his own body, as he described it, because he said that language is increasingly beginning to think for me. And I think it's something that we absolutely have to pay attention to right now in the world that we live in. And as I myself say that none of my languages exist independently within my body, I think it's also important to think of what potential there is in the combination of languages and in the combination of voices that we have. So we have this fantastic opportunity right now to, as we're sitting next to each other, not just pay attention to the program, which I'm grateful for, you're all here with us, but also to speak to each other, to connect, because this is also a big part of what Savvy is about. So I genuinely hope that everyone will take the opportunity to speak to someone that they haven't spoken to before tonight. And, sorry, I'll just put this down. I want to read an excerpt from LTI. And I'm keeping this very short today because I think it's also beneficial for all of our artists to just allow us to be washed over by the offerings that we're having. This is from LTI by Victor Klemperer. Every language able to assert itself freely fulfills all human needs. It serves as reason as well as emotion. It is communication and conversation, soliloquy, prayer, plea, command, and invocation. So on that note, I would like to start our program today. Thank you so much for being here with us, and thank you to everyone who has contributed to making this program today.
I think it's on now, yeah. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Savvy. I should introduce myself. My name is Meghna. I'm one of the curatorial researchers as part of this team for It Go Have to Adjust. And I'm really happy today to welcome our first act. We have with us Pelumi Adejumo, who is also an artist whose work is part of this exhibition, which currently stands a little dismantled, but if you want to come visit us in the next 2 weeks, we are still open, like Sagal also said. Pelumi is a Dutch-Nigerian runaway pastor's child who's currently based in Rotterdam. They are a poet, they create music, and they're also a lucid dreamer, as they said. Their work is strongly influenced by West African spirituality, Christian as well as Yoruba traditions, and they also think and work with feminist and queer theory. Pelumi thinks a lot about language as a place of struggle, and they work with language through glossolalia, through unintelligibility, and through mixing languages together to create spaces for disruption and creative force. In the past, they've worked with Sonsbeek, with The Apple, with Metro 54, National Theatre Young, and the National Opera and Ballet. Pelumi is going to be leading us into a sonic welcome listening session today, or a sonic performance rather, and it's called One Last Prayer. Pelumi describes the prayer as something that stems from a fascination with the transformative nature of sound within an anechoic chamber. As the narrative of this sonic piece unfolds, an unsettling silence is revealed, which prompts a shift towards sounds of ultimateness or ultimate sounds, death cries, operatic death cries, resounding echoes of the struggle, and also the weighty finality of a struggle. Rather than fix on the position of the survivor in this narrative, Pelumi thinks instead about the torment that haunts the perpetrator, which is a complex mix of arousal and also remorse. I think with that, I will hand over to Pelumi next, and yeah.
man is stuck. A man is stuck in a chamber. A man is stuck in an anechoic chamber. There is no sound. The sound is swallowed by the walls. A thick material which transmutes any sound into heat, which transmutes all heat into sweat. This is no metaphor to say anything other than a man is stuck. A man is stuck in an anechoic chamber. A man is stuck in an anechoic chamber with no oxygen for unexplainable reasons. A man is stuck for inexplainable reasons. A man is stuck for unexplainable reasons. A man is stuck with no oxygen. A man is stuck. A man finds himself stuck. A man finds himself stuck. A man wakes up one morning, shakes his bones, and finds himself stuck in an anechoic chamber. Where's the oxygen, he asks, as he grabs for air. For unexplainable reason, a man finds himself stuck with no air in an anechoic chamber and gasps for air. How can you gasp without air? What sound does he make? A man is stuck in an anechoic chamber with no oxygen, gasping for air without sound, panic at the ticking span of his lifeline. A man panics. A man stuck in an anechoic chamber with no oxygen for unexplainable reasons panics. What sound does he make? What heat does he sound? What prayer does he recite? What song does he sing? A man is stuck in an anechoic chamber with no oxygen, and he thinks of Jordan Sparks. A man is stuck in an anechoic chamber with no oxygen, thinks of Jordan Sparks, wishes he was a woman, walking alone at night, followed by a shadow figure, a reaping grim, dagging a knife through her spine. A man stuck in an anechoic chamber with no oxygen has a fantasy. The fantasy of being a woman, followed, chased, stabbed, unnoticed from behind. What a sound I would make. What a sound. Shrieking, cutting edge, gnashing through the bone, piercing from her sleep state into a bed be wet. A man finds himself stuck in an anechoic chamber with no oxygen. Praise. A man stuck in an anechoic chamber with no oxygen, praised to be a woman, chastised to have one more glorious sound. A man finds himself stuck in an anechoic chamber with no oxygen, and the only lines he remembers are Chris Brown's. No, if I should die before I wake, it's 'cause you took my breath away. No, tell me I'm supposed to breathe with no air. Can't live, can't breathe with no air. No. Get me out in the water so deep. There's nowhere, nowhere. Not even. But somehow I'm still alive inside. You took my breath, but I survived. No. A man finds himself stuck in an anechoic chamber with no oxygen, and the only lines he remembers are Chris Brown's. I'm here alone. My heart will move. Wish there was a way that I could express. A man finds himself stuck in an anechoic chamber, singing No Air by Jordan Sparks feat. Chris Brown. A man finds himself stuck in an anechoic chamber with no oxygen, and with every line, every note, the pressure in his chest tightens. A man is stuck in an anechoic chamber and hears. A man stuck in an anechoic chamber hears what? Chest tightens. A man stuck in an anechoic chamber hears his organs, his heart beat, his stomach, guts, his lungs, tongue, his eyes flutter, his mouth crisps. A man stuck in an anechoic chamber hears himself for the first time, for the very first time, and panics. A man stuck in an anechoic chamber hears himself for the first time. His insides for the very first time, panics, utters, panic. A man stuck in an anechoic chamber with no air hears himself for the first time and utters at utter panic, spits himself out clearly. Speaks out loud through his chest for the first time. Hears as glass speaks through his chest, but it tightens. A man's spitting chest stuck in an anechoic chamber tightens like a pussy so wet and willing in contraction. A man's chest stuck in an anechoic chamber contracts. A man moans. A man stuck in the chamber of death without oxygen moans loud and clear through his chest. His chest moans. His breath haws. A man contracts. A man thrusts. A man haws. A man moans. A man stuck in an anechoic chamber with no oxygen sees light.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pelumi, for such a warm and welcoming opening act. Before I introduce the next event, I just want to maybe invite those who just walked in to please move to the front. We still have a few empty seats over here, so please feel free to move to the front and occupy them. Yeah, our next event is going to be poetry reading. It's going to be a poetry reading, but it's going to be done in the form of a conversation, maybe a call and response act, if you want to call it that way. We are very lucky and fortunate to have these two poets with us. I'm going to briefly introduce them. We're going to have the two poets, Anya Saleh and Farkhondeh Shahroudi. Anya Saleh is a multidisciplinary artist, curator, poet, and author of the book Soon The Future of Memory, which is her debut poetry collection. It was published in 2021. She has a background in political and social sciences, and her work explores topics around heritage crafts, memory practices, alternative education systems, and future studies. The second poet is Farkhondeh Shahroudi, who is also one of the artists we have in our current exhibition. So we're very happy to also have you here, expanding, the exhibition in the form of the invocations with us. And Farkhondeh is an artist and poet, composing texts both in Farsi and German. She has spent over 3 decades working and shifting sets of symbols and languages, forms and bodies. On the page of her books, as in her textile-based sculptures, the scriptural entwines with the figurative to found fields of meaning that gesture to the personal as much as to the collective and political. The human figure is often at the center of Shahroudi's work, where it finds shape by interweaving itself with text, where it is dissolved and reassembled, where it multiplies and collects more than humanness. And maybe just to mention the sculpture we have at the back of the room there is a sculpture from Farkhondeh. They're both going to be reading poetry. They're going to be reading poems, their own poetry, and the title of the event is Participating in the Future of Our Languages, which is borrowed from another poet, Ocean Vuong, who is also a big inspiration to us. So please welcome Farkhondeh and Anya to the stage.
Katzenhöhle, Hundeweiden, Hunde-Komfortkissen, Immobilien, gezüchtete Vogel, USB, Ausrüstung in Anschluss. Wir schmuggeln Ampule, tragbares Spiegel, Duschkopf, schwarzen Sand, Säfte. Wir mit Haar auf der Zunge singen, wir Haar auf der Zunge, Zunge im Haar. Wir mit geschnittenen Flügeln fliegen, wir geschnittene Flügel, wir Überdosis schmuggeln, riesige Blumen, gleicht schoßeggend. Verse aus länglicher Hölle Tunnel, Drachen in Bäumen über Bäumen Drachen, über Drachenbäumen. Merkwürdige Perlen im Apparat, Schlangen, Haare vom Tiger. Kaufe eine Wohnung in St. Petersburg. Im März besuche mich. Gehe dorthin, hole mir Echo, singe du da, hinter meinem Ohr, in mein Haar. ne Meer zwischen 4 Fingerforsche in mein Haar, in mein Haar, in mein Haar. Und ich so leicht komischer Vogel. Wertpapier, Bernstein, komme runter. Java und leer, viel gemütlich. Urlaub, Schamgegend, Schamberg, Schämen, Solarzelle, Blutbank, Luftbilder, Buslinie, inne, Zufluss. Mir fällt das Wort, es fällt in eine Liedertafel. Schön ist deine Name. Schön ist deine Name in der Widerhall. Wie Zugvogel in Buntstift eines Grundschulkindes. Wie Hunger in abgebissenem Brot, wie Spinne auf dem Seil. Mir fällt das Wort, es fällt zwischen deine 5 Fingerforsche in den Gesundbrunnen Wedding. O bebende Phosphatstraße, meine besoffene, blinkende Blickwinkel Franzen. O meine Zechegelände, leuchtend in dunklen Korkenduft.
Have they made coldness, or has it made them? To see death in the face and not associate. To see violence crash on a neck, head, back, hands tied, air tight, and walk on, lost in thoughts about the flowers to choose for the living room. To see a soul stretched out of a body, souls matched with waves to float away, only bodies return at the surface and not associate. A reality built of lies. This coldness must be from the devil. How else do people cause so much evil and not associate? She weeps 3 nights a week. The other nights, she is busy surviving. Quote unquote, Germany was not a successful colonizer. Who set the standard height for the pile of bodies? I mean, how many deaths define success? How many genocides qualify for victory? Streets hold murderers in fond memory, a whole quarter named after failures. Germany was not a successful colonizer. Might have only been a declaration of war. Success might be our blood. This is how you let a country rot. Loneliness that hatred has not solved, hatred that will be remembered. In the good light of history, wiped clean of all the spilled blood and urine, of air standing still, lungs too. Lonely deaths after lonely lives. Not even rotting the soul out of another has made it soulful.
Du Episodfolge eines Traums, begann in obere Etage als Anfangsreim, Du bist la 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 in einem Klanggedicht. Du bist eine Fehlermeldung, Server nicht gefunden. Du habe ich ausgedacht wie dich, ausgedacht bist du. Du bist meine Seufze, wenn ich seufze, seufze bist du. عاشقم، عاشقی، عاشق است، عاشقیم، عاشقید، عاشقند. عاشق بودم، عاشق بودی، عاشق بود، عاشق بودیم، عاشق بودید، عاشق بودند، عاشق نیستی. فعل ناگزرا. عاشقم، کالبد آلونک چوبی، کانال مایباخ اوفا، قوتور در آب، تاب اشباح، مشتاق سایه ها. عاشق بودیم، سقوط در گودی حرف عین، تو آنجا چون باطمه زدی. عاشقم، مچ خودم را میگیرم در میلیون ها سال نوری، دور از گونه تو. عاشق بودی، تو را به خاطر می آورم. عاشق بودی، تو قو هستی و هی در بچگی هایت سرفه می کنی و بخاری نفتی ارج را نمی شناسی. عاشق بودند. تو کبوتر یک پای لنگانی، تو رباط یک بلبلی، آوازی پژمرده، تلفیقی از آژیر آمبولانس و چهچهه. عاشقی، مشکوکم که هرزنامه‌ای یا کرمنامه‌ای. عاشقیم، روی ایوان دوست داری در گوش یک صدف پچ پچ کنی. عاشق بودیم وقتی مولکول‌های هوا به تن ما نوک میزنند. عاشق است. تو در روزهای گرم تابستان مسبب فرار مگس‌هایی. عاشق بودیم. تیغ گل ضد استراق سم است. عاشق اینم که با بادمان‌های سوراخت مرا به گروگان بگیری. Liebe, liebst, liebt, lieben, liebt, lieben, liebte, liebtest, liebte, liebten, liebtet, liebten nicht, liebtet. Transitiv, Liebe. Schaukelnde Korpus, eine Texttube auf Maybachufer, begeisterte Schatten. Liebten. Falle in eine Sprachluke hinein, da liegst du. Liebe. Erwische ich mich selbst in Millionen Lichtjahren entfernt von deiner Wange. Liebtest, ich erkenne dich. Liebtet, du bist ein aus der Rache in Kindheit hinein hustender Schwan. Du kennst Marke Erj, Ölofen nicht. Liebten. Einbeinige, humpelnde Taube bist du. Du, Roboter, Nachtigall, Mischung, einen Notfalldienst, Warnsignal, verblasstest Vogelgezwitscher bist du. Liebst, verdächtige ich dich als Briefwurm. Lieben. auf meine Loggia, du magst in eine Muschel sumsen. Liebten. Wenn Luftmoleküle beginnen, unsere Körper zu bestechen. Liebt. Du vertreibst Fliegen in linden Sommertagen nach Aachen. Liebten. Dorn, eine Rose ist gegen Lauschangriff. Liebling, nimm mich in Geiseln, du schwaches, unregelmäßiges Verb.
Where do we go? Where does fear go when it's done inhabiting our thoughts, coating words we speak, rejecting love we are receiving? Where does fear go? And is it ever done weighing on our every bone, cracking stability we were to rely on? Where do we go when all that we were afraid of took all that we were afraid for?
بچه 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 تو بچه من بچه های ما بچه های بچه های ما بچه بچه های بچه های ما بچه 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 های ما یکی از بچه های بچه 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 های ما یکی دیگر از بچه 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 های بچه های بچه های ما یکی دیگر از آن یکی از بچه های بچه 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 های بچه های بچه های ما یکی از بچه های بچه 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 های بچه های بچه های بچه های بچه است وقتی بچه ما یکی از بچه های بچه 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 های بچه های بچه های بچه آن یکی است بچه آن یکی از بچه های بچه 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 های بچه های بچه های بچه 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 های بچه های ما بچه است یکی از بچه های بچه از بچه 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 های بچه های بچه 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 های بچه های ما بچه است از بچه آن وقت یکی از بچه 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 های ما بچه است از بچه 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 های بچه های بچه ها بچه ما این بچه 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 های ما بچه است از بچه های ما که وقتی بچه 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 های ما بچه است از بچه 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 خود بچه است از این بچه ها که بچه است از این همه بچه 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 بچه
1. Her hair is thick with smoke, the scent of burnt wood lining each strand, bleeding into the air, making the air long for her. 2. When do wars end? When do wars end? When do wars end? When will your scent not turn into nostalgia-fueled cries about what you have not been able to leave behind? When will your name be put to rest and your spirit homed? I came to learn that to not know how to live, or how we are in fact made of stardust and might be returned to be after transcendence, or how to say love and not mean care, or birth humans and not mean survival, are iterations of war. 3. To speak into water. Our tongues are too heavy to keep words afloat. They are made to drown us. 4. On the loneliness of language. Do words know of each other? Does a word know of itself? What it was made to mean? What it was made to host? The lives it gives and takes? The sentiments it reveals? Who it unnames? A word is a lonely thing. 5. To be as lonely as language. We have eaten all their words, to sit with a belly full of language, which does not allow you to digest it or throw it up. To rot in silence with teeth holding back all that is to be said. And have your language wander into mouths and places your body is not welcome in. 6. Exophony. To migrate from one to another language and claim a home in it. 7. Loneliness is our largest organ. To sense life through skin and not be able to hold a single touch for longer than the moment it occurs. 8. Istighra'. To be absorbed. To hold all that skin and tongue cannot, in spirit. To be the air and hold the transcended, to transcend and become the air. Is there awareness for what we are absorbed in? What is absorbed in us? Maybe, once the touch is gone, the words birth light. 9. Al-Ghazali. There's a difference between what is clear at the time of departure and what becomes clear in morning light. 10. In response to 2. When do we?
Sonnenblume. Dalai Lama. Gefangen in einem Kalender, o geehrte Flamme, aufgegangen in eure Unsonnenblume, sieht, zieht Zwangsjacken aus, weil durch Schaden euch freut, Autoindustrie. Dalai Lama. Gefangen in, o geehrte Frieden, o geehrte Marihuana, sieht, weil seid edelsüß. Wer mein Feuer gefangen findet mich, gefangen. Warum Menschen für Vögel Menschenhäuser bauen? Das bedeutet gähnen mit geschlossenem Mund. O gefangen in oben, ihr Ermüdete, Kalt ist Handprothese mit Silberring. Beinprothese geht Strich auf eine Promenade. O Mond, die Taube schlägt mit den Flügeln. Nacht siedelt, Tag siedelt, Tiefe sinkt. Kind. Ein Kind. Dein Kind. Mein Kind. Unsere Kinder. Kinder, unsere Kinder. Kind, Kinder, unsere Kinder. Kind des Kindes, des Kindes, des Kindes, des Kindes, unsere Kinder. Ein von Kindern des Kindes, des Kindes, des Kindes, des Kindes, des Kindes, unsere Kinder. Von den Kindern ein anderes Kind, des Kindes, 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 unsere Kinder. Ein von anderen Kindern des Kindes, des Kindes, des Kindes, des Kindes, des Kindes, des Kindes, der Kinder ist ein Kind. Wir, eins von den Kindern des Kindes, 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 die Kinder ist ein Kind. Wenn unser Kind eins von den Kindern des Kindes, des Kindes, des Kindes, des Kindes, des Kindes, des Kindes, die Kinder, Kind, andere Kind ist ein Kind, dann, wenn eines unserer Kinder ein Kind von Kindern ist ein Kind, unsere Kinder. Kinder, 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 unsere Kinder, 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 unsere Kinder, 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 unsere Kinder, 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 Kinder.
Thank you very much, Farkhondeh and Anya. I'm just gonna, train you for a bit, if you don't mind. Thank you very much for this very, I'm still trying to find the words for it, but very polyphonic and polylinguistic offering from my position, just standing in the audience and listening to you. It was very beautiful to hear both of you, oscillate and alternate between all these different languages, from German to English, to Farsi, to Arabic. And I think it really speaks to the idea of this event, of this particular intervention, which, the title was Participating in the Future of Our Languages. And I think in that way, not trying to really stretch the event, further, I actually just had a question which I wanted to ask for both of you. And maybe a good way to start with this, as I know in both of your works, you both work, between different languages, and I think it's maybe a very basic and simple question, but it's just like I'm very interested in understanding, not how one comes to that working with different languages, but how does it influence your work in different ways, There's the very famous Martinican writer, his name is Montrachi, and he writes that every language has a different vision of the world, has a different opening to the world. So I'm just interested in how using different languages, has an influence on your work. Also ich werde nur kurz übersetzen und dann zusammenfassen für dich, Farkhondeh. Ich sagte früher, das ist einfach, also ich bin persönlich begeistert, also wie man von einer Sprache zu den anderen, also schreibt und auch spricht. Und ich muss auch sagen, bei der Ausstellung haben wir deine Bücher, und die sind eigentlich also Bücher aus Deutsch und Farsi. Die Bücher auf Deutsch schreibst du mit dem linken Hand und die auf Farsi mit rechts. Und die Frage war einfach, die Frage ist nicht, wie kommt man drauf, auf verschiedene Sprachen zu schreiben, sondern was für einen Einfluss hat es, also auf verschiedene Sprachen, nicht nur zu denken, aber auch zu schreiben, was für einen Einfluss hat es auf deine Arbeit, auf die Gedichte, die du also eigentlich schreibst, ja.
Ja, die Sprache ist sehr zertrennlich von meiner künstlerischen Arbeit, sie gehören zusammen. Ja, wie du gesagt hast, ich mache eine Reihe von Künstlerbüchern, die Papierbücher und Stoffbücher. Die Stoffbücher schreibe ich und zeichne ich mit rechten Hand, und Papierbücher, die ich seit 2007, 2008 angefangen habe, auf Papier schreibe ich mit linken Hand. Glossolali heißen diese Bücher. Und ja, das ist körperlich, habe ich das getrennt, wenn ich die beiden auch parallel daran arbeite. Und ja, die sind parallel, sie laufen parallel zusammen und sie ergänzen sich auch. Ja, wie gesagt, das ist unzertrennlich, die Sprache von meiner Arbeit. Auch Skulpturen, die ich auch mache, das ist auch, ja, schreibe ich auch.
Maybe I'll just quickly translate Anya before you can reply, just to make sure I don't forget it. So just to the question which I asked earlier, Farkhondeh was just saying that writing is actually a very important part to her work. It's very much, actually it's inextricably linked to the work she does. And I was, when I asked the question to Farkhondeh, maybe it's just a reminder for us that within the exhibition we have works of Farkhondeh, which are artist books she's been working on for decades now. Some of them she does on paper, and that's what she was reminding me, that some of them she does on paper, where she writes into them in German, and it's written with the left hand. And some of them she does with, it's kind of like tissue, yeah, stuff like tissue, like, yeah, textile, textile books, in which she writes in Farsi, and she writes with the right hand. And just as an answer to the question I asked, which is how does one move between, or what is the influence it actually has writing within these languages, she just simply replied that she's gotten to the point where actually she's able to almost like dissociate the act of writing to her body, which is, it's become a very kind of automatic, like act she does, writing in both languages and writing with both hands. And yeah, she was just mentioning that it gets to the point where, it becomes very automatic, and to the point where actually writing either in Farsi or writing in German becomes a complementary act, so one language is complementing the other one. Anya, I don't know if you want to...
Do I answer in German or English?
Maybe in English, so I don't have to translate. Thank you.
No worries. I'm so fascinated by Farkhondeh and like that even like the physical like division of like writing with left and right, different languages. I can't get over it. I heard this earlier for the first time and I'm just fascinated. Quick comment on that. Your original question was like what kind of role it plays for for us writing in different languages. For me, it's just, I mean, in one of the poems, I think the last one, I say exophony, and I think it's exactly like the practice of exophony that I'm doing, migrating from one to the other language. I grew up with Arabic and German mainly, but at some point adopted English as my language of writing or my primary language of writing and working for different reasons. And as you said correctly, I don't know who exactly you quoted anymore. Can you repeat the name?
Montrachet, the Martinican writer.
Exactly. Like every language kind of allows you a lens into the world and on a very different scale, in a very different way. And this is literally how I go through the world and like how I think and how I therefore write as well. Yeah.
Thank you. I have to say, maybe just to echo your words, that I'm personally also very fascinated by the work you both do, like, you know, just moving between these languages. And I think poetry for me really offers that space, you know, to hold these different languages. Yeah, I think it was just important maybe for us, you know, to kind of like give a little context. You know, we can't really speak about the work you both do in just 10 minutes, but it was just important for us to just like give a little context about, you know, the work you do. So thank you very much, Vielen Dank Farkhondeh, for this wonderful reading. I'm still trying to grasp like words, you know, to what it actually means to see both of you reading in these languages, but just massive thanks for being here today and for offering this. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Farkhondeh and Anya, and also Billy. So the next performer is a sound creator, explorer, and curator, a radio host, the voice and the words of the podcast Shahroudi, Conversations with My Sisters, an actress, a director, and an artivist. Brussels-based Rokia Bamba started as a radio host at the age of 12 for Radio Campus, where she later co-founded one of the first hip-hop radio shows in Belgium, Full Mix. She draws her inspiration from sound archives and immerses visitors, spectators, in an unexpected sensory experience. So her contribution today carries the title A Note for Reflection, emphasizing hearing. It's a listening session. The title is Turning Silence into Words and Deeds, quote by Audre Lorde. With this listening session, Rokia Bamba takes us on a journey to the lands in a friendly and reassuring way, using a variety of sound techniques, an invitation to open up and discover an underestimated lexical field, an invitation to reflect on the sensations that listening brings. Images are created, a new prism can be opened to the perception and understanding of a theme worked through voices, noises, songs, and silence. Multiple narratives are created, memories are brought back, emotions are born. Nuances of sound are expressed, stories revealed. So here at Savi Contemporary, we think of the body as an archive, and we are very grateful to welcome Rokia Bamba to share hers with us and activate the sounds that are lingering in our common bodies. Welcome, Rokia Bamba.
This is a God dream. This is everything. This is everything.
Come on, no music all over the building. Come on, sing it. We're on an ultralight.
We're on an ultralight beam. We're on an ultralight beam. This is a God dream. This is a God dream. This is everything.
Amina.
This is everything.
Ala ka ola kishi.
Amina.
Ala ka son.
Amina.
Ala ka na ola bla ɲinibaga ye.
Amina.
Ala ka diɲɛ latigɛ nɔgɔya o ye.
Amina.
Ala ni kira k'aw kɛ silamɛ. Ala k'aw gɛrɛsɛgɛ fɔni. Ala k'aw kurufa. Ala ka na ban. Ala k'aw sɔn. Amina. Ala k'aw sɔn.
Amina.
Ala ka n'aw labila ɲinibaga ye.
Amina.
Ala ka diɲɛ latigɛ nɔgɔya o ye.
Amina.
Ala ni kira k'aw kɛ silamɛ. Ala k'aw gɛrɛsɛgɛ fɔni. Ala k'aw kurufa. Ala ka na ban. Ala k'aw sɔn. Ala k'aw sɔn.
Grandma, grandmother, mother, sister, close your eyes and take a few deep breaths. Put your hand on your belly. Do nothing. Close your eyes and take a few deep breaths. Put your hand on your belly. Do nothing. Close your eyes and take a few deep breaths. Put your hand on your belly. Do nothing. Which one of my petals is ready to fall?
Black and educated. Black is brilliance. Black is strong. Black is resilient. Black is song. Black is infinite, like hip hop or space. Black is grace. Black is love. Black makes babies. Black babies grow up. Black is tough. Black is hard to do. Black is me. Black is you. Black is not something we get to choose, but it is something we get to cherish. It's something we get to wear, and we get to rock this with honor. I'm black like my granddaddy and my great-great-great-great-grandma. Honor. I'm black like my granddaddy and my great-great-great-great-grandma. Honor. I'm black like my granddaddy and my great-great-great-great-grandma. Black is that lift every voice and sing. Black is that letting your you so black. When you smile, you so black. When you smile, you so black.
We learned your French. We learned your English, your Spanish, your Dutch, your Portuguese, your German. You learned our nothing. You called us stupid. We learned your French. We learned your English, your Spanish, your Dutch, your Portuguese, your German. You learned our nothing. You called us stupid. We learned your French. We learned your English, your Spanish, your Dutch, your Portuguese, your German. You learned our nothing. You called us stupid. That's
Souvent des familles, un petit sucre d'ose, tout le tas de temps en temps, un petit bonbon rose. Si d'abord un bé, ça non la ici, à cause à ou même te, à notre fala mi plaire. Mon bouquet flacon, ti babaton, ti fimou bon, nous détruit ensemble. Mon bouquet flacon, ti babaton, Marie Salomon, mon l'amour va vendre. Béou sans forcer, tu mets ton moulier, tel les amis lucatoué, mon cœur il s'avire, ou les comme ti caille, aïe aïe aïe, mi wapi souvent quand nous déhissons à maille, n'y fait pas semblant. Mon bouquet flacon, ti babaton, ti fimou bon, nous détruit ensemble. Mon bouquet flacon, ti babaton, Marie Salongon, mon l'amour vavant. Ton papa longaille, li cause palissante, pour son petit mamaille, li donne coup de bourrante. La vie veille à l'innova, m'l'a pas dématé, sauf côté du mari. Salongon, mon bon Dieu, mon bouquet flacon, ti babaton, ti fimou bon, nous détruit ensemble. Mon bouquet flacon, ti babaton, Marie Salongon, mon amour vavant. Mi guette dans ton jet, comment ti tête la vie, couleur flette tout rangé, à poser ma mourir. Mi jette mon fond de cœur pour ti salongué, ti bougie brillant quelqu'un, isé pas isé. Mon bouquet flacon, ti babaton, ti fimou bon, nous déter ensemble. Mon bouquet flacon, ti babaton, Marie Salongon, mon l'amour vavant. Marie Salongon, à mon l'amour vavant, à mon l'amour vavant, à mon l'amour vavant.
Papa loco, où c'est vent, où c'est n'allé, nous c'est papillon, la beauté nouvelle bayagoué. Papa loco, où c'est vent, où pousse n'allé, nous c'est papillon, la beauté nouvelle bayagoué, et tout ça qui dit bien. J'aime la yé. Et tout ça qui dit malo, j'aime la yé. Papa loco, où c'est vrai, où c'est n'allé, où c'est papillon, la beauté nouvelle bayagoué. Papa loco, où c'est vent, où c'est n'allé, où c'est papillon, la beauté nouvelle bayagoué. Papa loco, où c'est vent, où c'est n'allé, où c'est papillon, la beauté nouvelle bayagoué. Et tout ça qui dit bien. Tout ça qui dit malo, papa loco, où c'est vrai, où c'est n'allé, où c'est papillon, la beauté nouvelle bayagoué. Où c'est
southern trees, barren, strange fruit, blood on the leaves, and blood at the roots. Black bodies swinging in the southern breeze. Strange fruit hanging from the poplar trees. Pastoral scene of the gallant South. Them big bulging eyes and the twisted mouth. Scent of magnolia, clean and fresh. Then the sudden smell of burning flesh. Here is a fruit for the crows to pluck. For the rain to gather, for the wind to suck, for the sun to rot, for the leaves to drop. Here is strange and bitter.
There is no such thing as race. There's just a human race, scientifically, anthropologically. Racism is a construct, a social construct, and it has benefits. It has money can be made off of it. In people who don't like themselves can feel better because of it. It can describe certain kinds of behavior that are wrong or misleading. So it has a social function, racism. But race can only be defined as a human being, can only be defined as a human being, a human being, a human being, a human being.
Pokwe not lang supie mangida, pokwe même, qui ça y plaît là pour écrire la mort à nous-mêmes. Pokwe mon lang comment tangida, pokwe même, dans gros la delia kokilo kozu même. Si oui ve tapali, kon yali, tout fali, si oui ve krasali, zetali, oubliali. quitte ma yemali, quitte ma mourali, quitte ma danse ali, quitte ma santali, quitte ma yemali, quitte ma mourali, quitte ma manzali, quitte ma vanzali. Mon langue comme un canot, si la terre malisée des bouzali. Dès que li tous la mer, oui, ça m'a l'air, li fi ou tanzangi. Mon langue comme un canot, si la terre malisée des bouzali. Dès que li tous la mer, on quitte ta mère, li fi ou tanzangi. Qui sa grand-main invisible, il prétend pas mon causer. À moins que la gueule, la libre, moins la pas pour laguer. Qui sa grand-main invisible, fan, mon rêve donne vent mauvais. À moins créole qu'un coco tête vide encore, le goût causé. Moi mon langue comme un canot, si la terre malisée des bouzali. Dès que li tous la mer, oui ça m'a l'air, li fi ou tanzangi. Mon langue comme un canot, si la terre malisée des bouzali. Dès que li tous la mer, on quitte ta mère, li fi ou tanzangi.
Qui qualité langue, oui, depuis ma langue, ben qualité même. Ben dans le la mer, tia gros le déamoussang, senti même. Qui langue, il vole, en zel papang, iron même. Rentre pied langue, le tu vers mon langue, le dera la li même. Si oui, veta pali, kon yali, tout fali, si oui vekrasali, zetali, oubliali, quitte ma yemali, quitte ma mourali, quitte ma dansali, quitte ma santali, quitte ma yemali, quitte ma mourali, quitte ma manzali, quitte ma vanzali. Mon langue comme un canot, si la terre malisée des bouzali. Dès qui touche la mer, ça m'a l'air, il fit ou tanzangi. Mon langue comme un canot, si la terre malisée des bouzali. Dès qui touche la mer, on quitte ta mer, il fit ou tanzangi. Qui sa grand-main invisible, prétend pas mon causer. À moins créole la gueule, la libre, moins la pas pour laguer. Qui sa grand-main invisible, fan mon rêve donne vent mauvais. À moins créole comme coco tête vide, non le goût causé. Mon langue comme un canot si la terre, malisée des bouzali. Dès qu'il touche la mer, ça m'a l'air, il fuit ou tanzangi. Mon langue comme un canot si la terre, malisée des bouzali. Dès qu'il touche la mer, quitte ta mer, il fuit ou tanzangi.
Tu dis sa langue, ça donne mon écosson, il ose même. Donne ma midori rampant en gratton, 11 à midi même. Bouc dehors des dents, nana langue en firang, il déchicote même. Quitte ma bourde fait son mais pas que zang, tangole même. Si oui ve tapali, kon yali, tout fali, si oui ve krasali, zetali, bliali. Quitte ma yemali, quitte ma mourali, quitte ma dansali, quitte ma santali, quitte ma yemali, quitte ma mourali, quitte ma manzali, quitte ma vanzali. Moi mon langue comme un canot, si la terre malisée des bouzali. Dès que li tous la mer, oui ça m'a l'air, li fi ou tanzangi. Mon langue comme un canot, si la terre malisée des bouzali. Dès que li tous la mer, quitte ta mer, li fi ou tanzangi. Qui sa grand-main invisible, il prétend pas mon causer. À moins que la gueule, la libre, moins la pas pour laguer. Qui sa grand-main invisible, fan, mon rêve donne vent mauvais.
à moi créole kem coco tête vide encore le goût causé. Moi mon langue comment canotte si la terre malisée de bouzali. Dès que li tous la mer oui ça m'a l'air li fi ou tan zangui. Mon langue comment canotte si la terre malisée de bouzali. Dès que li tous la mer quitte ta mer li fi ou tan zangui. Pourquoi nous langue sous pied mangido? Pourquoi même? Qui ça y plaît la précrit la mort à nous-mêmes? Pourquoi mon langue comment tangido? Pourquoi même? Dan gola de yako kiloko, gramoun même. Gramoun même. Gramoun même. Gramoun même. Gramoun même.
Wakonet na toksi, wakonet si koube ki la kaive you. Yo zo. Tant sa femme. I en coupe mais vieux coup de cal. Mais en tout mademoiselle quand en ballant les bordailles ma Kevin fait du sale fouté tout ça dedans. Il dit ça fait mal comme un jour avant. Il était qu'à parler en dit de chambre il était qu'à héler. Moi dit lever des pémoutés ma cabine fait bordaille dit joncté. Fait bordaille dit joncté. Fait crier papa bon Dieu. Joncté. Fait bordaille dit joncté. Fait crier papa bon Dieu. Pété. Fait qu'elle li pété. Oui mais. Fait bon dans ça oui mais ma pété ça. Combat, manqué fouet de coups de cal. Prêt courir dans sa vanne. Et puis veiller l'hôpital. Qu'on dit yozo. Joncté. Fait bordaille dit joncté. Fait crier papa bon Dieu. Joncté. Fait bordaille dit joncté. Fait crier papa bon Dieu. On n'est pas faut toucher les peaux. Quand te parle les mots c'est bête. Bah moi anti sur fou moi bec. Si ou chabine, manqué mato, manqué quaso. Pas même quitter moi t'es béchivo. Parce que si moi même t'es béchivo, moi qu'à venir pour faire ou. Di joncté, pète ça, pété. Et mes femmes à goûter. Na toxique à fait joncté. Fais mon dard dit joncté. Fait crier papa bon Dieu. Joncté. Fais bordaille dit joncté. Fait crier papa bon Dieu. Joncté. Fais bordaille dit joncté. Fait crier papa bon Dieu. Joncté. Kaive you, si koube ki la. Yo zo. Tant sa femme.
On peut faire coup de cal, on peut faire KJF, pas ni sentiment, y'a qui sentiment. On peut faire coup de cal, on peut faire KJF, pas ni sentiment, y'a qui sentiment. Clec, en jouaille, clec, KJF, clec, en jouaille, clec, KJF, elle aime ça, et j'aime ça, on aime ça, on fait comme ça, elle aime ça, et j'aime ça, on aime ça, on fait comme ça, elle aime ça, et j'aime ça, on aime ça, on fait comme ça, elle aime ça, et j'aime ça, et on aime ça, on fait comme ça. La copine est très coquine, fait ça ni bon vitamine, jouer un plutôt la consiste, c'était un bouton à platine, t'es mangé un truc en pote, sauce brune. Le step pas qu'à coquer qu'on les autres, c'est ça il dit. Laissez-moi frapper, fais ça qu'on claque à Will Smith. J'en là haut, qu'à c'est monté, bah on 10 sur 10. Hein? Oups, ça coule, je deviens ma boule. Oups, ça coule, je deviens ma boule. Le coup de cal, on peut faire KJF, pas ni sentiment, y'a qui sentiment. On peut faire coup de cal, on peut faire KJF, pas ni sentiment, y'a qui sentiment. Clec, en jouaille, clec, KJF, clec, en jouaille, clec, KJF, elle aime ça, et j'aime ça, on aime ça, on fait ça comme ça, elle aime ça, et j'aime ça, on aime ça, on fait ça comme ça, elle aime ça, et j'aime ça, on aime ça, on fait ça comme ça, elle aime ça, et j'aime ça, et on aime ça, on fait ça comme ça. Fesse, j'aime bien comment tu t'abaisses, pas ni probine, pas ni stress, je pile le jeu, c'était stress, beaucoup n'a on leur a fait l'eau, tout de rien pour le boulot, on fait monter ta libido. Ah oui baby girl, à la chocolatine, bon sang les malpropres, à la chocolatine. Oui baby girl, à la chocolatine, bon sang les malpropres, à la chocolatine. On peut faire KJF, pas ni sentiment, y'a qui sentiment. j'aime ça, on aime ça, on fait ça comme ça. Elle aime ça et j'aime ça, on aime ça, on fait ça comme ça. Elle aime ça et j'aime ça, on aime ça, on fait ça comme ça. Elle aime ça et j'aime ça, et on aime ça, on fait ça comme ça.
Woke up today feeling gully, glad to be part of God's body. Lord, you're welcome in mi casa. Heaven's gonna be one big old party. Thankful for all we've been given. You always take care of your children. Every single moment we lift them up. All of God's people stay winning. Oh, we knew life would be alright, but who could have known it'd be this good? Oh, Lord, it gets better, 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 better. Give your life to Christ, He'll give you paradise. Woke up today feeling gully, glad to be part of God's body. Lord, you're welcome in mi casa. There's only one big old party. Thankful for all we've been given. You always take care of your children. Every single moment we lift them up. All of God's people stay winning. Oh, we knew life would be alright, but who could have known it'd be this good? Oh, Lord, it gets better, 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 better. Give your life to Christ, He'll give you paradise. Give your life to Christ, He'll give you paradise. Give your life to Christ, He'll give you paradise. Woke up today feeling gully, glad to be part of God's body. Lord, you're welcome in mi casa. Heaven's gonna be one big old party. Thankful for all we've been given. You always take care of your children. Every single moment we lift them up. All of God's people stay winning. Oh, we knew life would be alright, but who could have known it'd be this good? Oh, Lord, it gets better,
So now we will move to next performance, Sangba Fall by James Notin. James Notin is a Yoruba Nigerian artist, experimental. The light. James Notin is a Yoruba Nigerian artist, experimental artist, and performance curator. And within James' practice, they were moving through poetry, interactive literature, hyperliterature towards performance curation, presence in public space. And there is commitment in it to expand the language and also emphasize agency of the reader and the viewer. James in Sangba Fall especially will look at separation between life forms we as a human life form create. And I will just read a short excerpt about Sangba Fall. Sangba Fall, the vessel the calabash has broken, is a Yoruba exclamation phrase, the opening of a dirge, the entrance into the halls of shock, loss, grief, and sadness. And the performance will take place on the left side of the space, so please move there.
Mama,
to James Notin. And can we please give them another round of applause, please? Second. I'm standing here in the middle for a moment, and I'd like to let you know that Savvy cannot exist without everyone who's here. It's not just this roof, but it's everyone who it houses, it's everyone who comes to visit us. And saying that also means that beyond we appreciate your attendance, we appreciate your joy and for sharing all of this with us, and we also need your support sometimes. And for that reason, I'd just like to bring your attention to that we have a project, a group called Savvy Friends, and you are all welcome to join it. And for as little as 50 euros a year, you're welcome to not just attend all of our exhibitions, which are in general open to the public for free, but you get to contribute and support this project. And we're very grateful for all of that support. So please consider that. And we have flyers over there by the door, directly in front of the door. Orange for German, I believe, and yellow for English. Now we have food coming up. And the way we came to having the particular caterer that we have today is a very special story that's dear to my heart. It was Mayra Reuter, and I heard about her restaurant, a Trinidadian restaurant that was on Yorkstrasse a few years ago. Unfortunately, it closed 2020, and since then, Mayra, who just a week ago turned 80 years old, went into retirement, and for this special occasion decided to come back and cater for us. So I tracked her down online. She immediately invited me to her house. We'd never met before. And she invited me to her house, opened a bottle of Prosecco and said, "This is my afternoon routine. You're welcome to join me if you want to." And with that, we had a lovely conversation that spanned for hours, talking about food, talking about what she would like to do, and the people she would like to bring with her, who are Gail and Veronica. So they've made a special meal for us today. It is per contribution, a donation that we're grateful for, and that goes to them as well. And it will be served over there in the library. So please join us, and bon appetit.
Hi everyone, could I please ask you to come back and take a seat? We continue with the program. Please come and take a seat. I do hope you enjoyed the food that was prepared by Ms. Merle for us, who came out of retirement for our event today. And I hope you feel nourished and warm, and I hope you took Sagal's suggestion in the beginning to find somebody who you have never spoken with and use this opportunity to speak with them today in the break. I'm just waiting a second until you all found your seats. Also the people at the door, maybe the ones that are standing there, you could invite the others in so that we can continue. These last weeks have given very little opportunity maybe for happiness or for joy, but the one thing that I kept really looking forward to was speaking with Don Miche tonight and to hear you read and to have you with us, because your work, your writing has informed this process of the project quite tremendously, and also rereading it again now in this very violent moment we find ourselves in. I heard it again in with another voice. We always read and listen from where we stand, from where we are, I guess. So it gave me other nuances, other cadences, reading it again now. But before we go into the reading and the conversation, I would like to introduce you, although you probably don't need introduction, but in a way that also makes the connection to this project and why we found it so extremely important to have you with us in this woven texture that we try to create tonight. Don Miche is a poet and translator born in Seoul, South Korea. Her body of work includes, among others, the 3 collections of poetry, The Morning News is Exciting, Hardly War, and DMZ Colony. In her work, she looks closely at historical trauma, fractured identities, collective and personal memory, exile, dislocation, and politics of distance, power relations, military violence. Well, we could say probably history with the capital H. And in this very difficult work, civilian voices are amplified, voices that have been obscured by this history and this ongoing threat of war and continued violence. I have read somewhere that Don Mi has expressed the hope that her work generates literary resistance against geopolitical borders, including the borders of linguistic and literary conventions. And formally, I would say this is done by her pushing of the boundaries of poetry, by also incorporating images, photographs, drawings, maps, prose, interviews. And in the work, there's also this challenge and the challenging of using English, a language of such a dominant global power. In DMZ Colony, from which she will read tonight, Don Mi chronicles her return to Korea, South Korea. And in it, ruminations on her life beyond South Korea and the scattering of family members. Sorry, I folded this really badly. I read this again, sorry. So the ruminations of her life beyond Korea and also the scattered family members are linked to international geopolitics as well as to brutality against civilians. In the book, we hear voices of survivors through interviews, for example, with the former political prisoner living near the demilitarized zone, or through the stories, the testimonies, the ongoing resistances of orphaned girls who survived a massacre in 1951, in which 705 civilians were killed. As a translator, Donmi also brought the work of Korean poets into English. She has translated the influential feminist poet Kim Hye-sun, whose work had subverted expectation of traditional lyric poetry. Donmi, and I find this particularly interesting, also intertwines the practices as a poet and a translator, which allows maybe even more to bear witness to otherwise unspeakable histories. And that's really something I'm very curious to talk about later, but first we would like to hear your poetry and your voice. Please help me in welcoming Donmi.
Thank you. Is it on now? Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you for the very kind, generous introduction. And I'm very honored to be here. This is my first time at Savi. So not the last. I hopefully not the last. I'm going to just read first, and then we will have a conversation. Sky translation. The Korean demilitarized zone is approximately 160 miles long and 2.5 miles wide. The DMZ runs across the 38th parallel, a division created after World War II with the end of the 35-year-long Japanese occupation of Korea. The US occupied the South and the Soviet Union the North. The US still occupies South Korea with military installations, bases, and troops. The Korean border is one of the most militarized borders in the world. On February 23, 2018, the day of my poetry reading with Daniel Bozutsky at the Pulitzer Arts Foundation, I walked across Forest Park in St. Louis, Missouri. I was heading toward the St. Louis Art Museum. I heard a kind of muted, distant calling, a polyphony of cries. Because I had never heard the flock calls of snow geese before, I was baffled by the flood of sound, seemingly from nowhere and everywhere. Instinctively, I turned my head from side to side, then up. My head tilted back triggered vertigo, a common symptom of Meniere's disease. My ears flapped about dizzyingly like a sparrow and followed the migrating snow geese above. The geese promptly instructed me a chorus. Return, 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 return. Return, 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 return. Return, 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 return. Then they flew even higher out of my ear's reach. The snow geese must have felt sorry for the homesick sparrow from a faraway place, for they dropped me a little line from the sky. See you at DMZ. Alone again, I could only chirp to myself. Translator for higher, higher, higher me. An Haksap. Mr. An was a political prisoner from 1953 to 1995. He currently lives in a farming village within the civilian control zone on the South Korean side of the DMZ. To enter the DMZ village near the city of Gimpo, west of Seoul, I had to pass a guard post manned by young soldiers. I also observed seemingly endless barbed wire fencing across the rice fields. An, now in his 80s, remains a North Korean sympathizer. Every time a missile is test-fired in North Korea, usually before or after the massive biannual joint US and ROK military exercises, An is placed under house arrest. I recorded An and also scribbled in my notebook while listening to his life story at his house on December 23, 2016. I remain a daughter of neo-colony. Torture, indiscriminate beatings. For instance, if you dropped your chopsticks or rice bowl, what's that signal? What's that code? They beat the shit out of us. They demanded meaning, yet meaningless. It was impossibly absurd. For instance, if you accidentally dropped your wooden pillow at night, you signaled. This comrade of mine was too frail. I said I was the one. These guys still use the Japanese word for shotgun. My arms were not long enough for a loop, for a shotgun to be tied, so they did it this way. For instance, a neo-colonial code. For instance, an anti-neo-colonial code. For instance, impossibly a loop, impossibly a ribbon, impossibly neo-colonial. For instance, indiscriminate signs. Meaning, Mr. An. For instance, a few drops of urine, impossibly coded. I endured water torture twice. I still didn't budge. In winter, the guards opened all the windows and doors of my cell and sprayed water. I was stripped. The cell turned into a freezer. I could endure the cold for 6 days. I squatted, jumped to keep warm. I was exhausted in the morning without food. On day 7, I leaned against the ice wall and passed out. I heard a siren. Then I heard the vowels from my own mouth. O, E, A, E, I, E, 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 E. My face, browless, earless. My eyes, my nose, my mouth, moonless, my comet. The guards aimed a jet of cold water at my forehead, full force. It looks like nothing, yet it felt as if my head was being bashed with a rock. My toenails fell off. They kept hitting my toes, unbearable pain. My toenails fell off twice. A siren, full speed, full orbit, full matter, full toenails. Then I heard my vowels. O, E, A, E, I, E, 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 E. Then we knew G, H, Ro, toward global humanity. On December 15, 2016, I met Dr. An Kim Chong-e, a feminist scholar and activist I knew through the International Women's Network Against Militarism. From November 2007 to April 2010, as a lead researcher in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of South Korea, Dr. An Kim investigated several cases concerning massacres of civilians that took place just before and during the Korean War. She jotted down on scratch paper names and places and mapped out for me unspeakable orbits of torture and atrocities. Being the compulsive translator that I am, I traced the planet's orbitary routes, its rotations of capture, torture, and massacre. The language of capture, torture, and massacre is difficult to decipher. It's practically a foreign language. But as a foreigner myself, I'm able to detect the slightest flicker of palpitations and pain. difficult syntax. It may show up as faint dots and lines, but they're often blood, snow, and even dandruff. How do I know? Foreigners know. An Kim calmly narrated as she continued to circle and circle. Her circles were extraordinary. These 2 pages are from the 1951 record of the Counterintelligence Corps of South Korea regarding the Sancheong Hamyang massacre. A total of 705 were killed, among them 147 children under 14 years of age, 189 men, and 197 women. Only 386 have been officially identified. Before the Korean War, under Syngman Rhee's dictatorship, 300,000 so-called communists and suspected sympathizers were forcibly enrolled into Border League, a re-education league. It was a mechanism of surveillance, then later a mechanism of genocide. It is estimated that 100 to 200,000 were killed during the single month of June in 1950. The same month the Korean War began. Koreans indiscriminately killing Koreans. How does this happen? The Koreans, already colonized by the Japanese military machine, were ready made to be neo-colonized by the US military machine. Not difficult to see each other as scums of society, commies. As Dr. An Kim told me, it was not possible for her investigative team to count everyone who had perished. It is not possible to count ideology. It is not possible to count E. It is not possible to count snow. It is not possible to count blue. They're all eternal. They are the eternity of the unconscious. They can only be recounted through memory, through an imaginary assemblage, bricolage, through the hailing of return. Mirror words come out of my thoughts about translation. Translation is a mode equals translation is an anti-neo-colonial mode. I obsess about order words that are given in our society. In 1945, it took less than 30 minutes for order words to be carried out to divide the country I was born in along the 38th parallel north. Order words compel division, war, and obedience around the world. But other words are possible. Translation as an anti-neo-colonial mode can create other words. I call mine mirror words. Mirror words are meant to compel disobedience, resistance. Mirror words defy neo-colonial borders, blockades. Mirror words flutter along borders and are often in flight across oceans, even galaxies. Mirror words are homesick. Mirror words are halo. Mirror words are orphan words. Now look at your words in the mirror. Translate. Translate. Did you? Do it again. Do it. Your Excellency, I present to you a correspondence of certain grave significance. It's written in a foreign language. No translators are currently available. The members of your cabinet may not have any tolerance for foreign words or incomprehensibility in general. And the photograph is of an event in the near past or future. Time is irrelevant. Time is minuscule. However, you, sir, may recognize many of the letters. Now I leave you to your own pleasure in your room, alone, fully alive. I-dom, I-dom. I repeat, I-dom. Yours faithfully, Ni-ton ta la. Ruoi, in the Lexe, si ti laitram wal, ro na elbate grofnu nozel, roi e sanalexe ere sinuk ud noa, roi in nalexe era uoi evil a, sinuk evil a, laturb noitan era uoi evil a, kaka ke omnyong imnika. It means, Your Excellency is at martial law. And then I translate, break that whole phrase into just consonants and vowels, and then just translating with the calls of the snow geese. Sky similes for snow geese. Kiok, consonant. A, vowel. Return, black-faced spoonbill, return. Kiok, consonant. Hirt, consonant. A, vowel. Return, red-crowned crane, return. Kiok, consonant. Ye, vowel. Return, white-naped crane, return. Irt, consonant. Aw, vowel. Sparrow, what took you so long? Mirt, consonant. Rirt, consonant. Yaw, vowel. During the Korean War, cranes had no place to land. Irt, consonant. Irt, consonant. E, vowel. North, south, north. Pirt, consonant. Nirt, consonant. E, vowel. Dead, dead, dead. Girt, consonant. A, vowel. Sky, sky, sky.
Thank you so much for the reading and making us hear. Yeah, I think it's always the thing of beauty to hear in also the poet's voice, the movement of the words, but in this case also of the images and whatever it is that happens between them. So thank you for that. I've come with a few questions. Maybe some are simple, which usually are the ones that are not quite that simple. I guess one way to describe your work could be to call it documentary poetry, if you agree with that. I was curious if you could share a bit with us how the process was of, really engaging, listening to the voices with, we saw some ways of how you listened by making drawings as well and using them, but how the process was of, I don't even want to call it collecting the material because it sounds wrong in the face of the violence that you had listened to, but if you could share a bit how you came to listen, read, and then collect it.
Yeah. So this book is part of a trilogy. So this is the second book in the trilogy. The first book, Hardly War. In that book, I was exploring about the Korean War. I was trying to re-narrate or try to generate counter-narrative about the Korean War against the official narrative. The fact that, there had to be a war, there had to be a division, and that the US saved us from evil, communism. Anyway, so after that book, I wanted to sort of follow up what took place after the Korean War, which was that South Korea was under the military dictatorship, actually non-stop until the early 1990s. So we really didn't have a civilian government until 19 93. So I wanted to explore what took place during that time and why, why do we have dictatorship for so long? And how did the military government justify it, and what kind of violence and human rights violations took place during that time. And of course, I was born during the dictatorship, but my family left South Korea in 1972. So I wanted to understand a little bit more about what took place during that time. So I didn't, what I started with was the idea that, because I was, because I translate a lot. Actually, I used to spend a lot more time translating than being able to write my own writing. So this time I wanted to consciously use translation as a mode of writing, as a poetic device. And I wanted to generate writing that would be, ways to, how do I sort of subvert language of power? How do I subvert order words? So those were the things that I was thinking about. And then, and I just happened to be in St. Louis in, I don't know, I can't remember, 2017. And I just looked up and I heard these incredible sounds. I didn't know what it was. And when I looked up at the sky, I mean, it was just amazing. So I just used my iPhone to take photos. And then, and I didn't really look at it until after a few months. And then I just happened to look up the St. Louis where it lied. And it was almost the same as the 38th parallel. I'm sorry, I'll go back. So then I knew how to translate the snow geese. So that's how I ended up translating the skies, and that's why I refer to it as sky translation. And then I did go back to Korea, and then I met with the political prisoner. I just sort of happened to, I didn't plan to meet him. I didn't know anything about him, but he was introduced to me by a friend, an artist friend, when I told her that I wanted to sort of learn more about what took place. And she thought that I would be, that I would find it interesting to meet him and learn about his life. And then other things like, sorry, am I answering your question? So these are the sort of scribbles that I made. I was writing, taking notes while I was listening to him because it was so intense to listen to his stories. So sometimes I couldn't look at him, so I just had to look down and scribble. And then I thought that maybe I can use these scribbles because maybe they absorbed that the trauma that I was listening to. So then I wanted these scribbles to be part of the poetic language of trauma. And then can I just mention quickly about this before another question? So in Korean, he mentioned the word, he used the English word actually, terror. So then I transcribed what he said in Korean, terror. But I made a mistake. The letter that looks like letter H in English. So that is the wrong vowel that I used. So this translation comes out of an error. So I just kept coming back to this, and I kept looking at it, and I thought, can I translate this? So then I thought the first letter looked like letter G in English, so, and then H. And then, of course, the Korean word, ro. So ro means to or toward. So I translated this into toward global humanity. So this comes out of an era. Error. So so not only as a, I'm not only a translator, but I'm an errorist.
Yeah, that's maybe a way to describe a method. So what you're describing in terms of, how the maybe research, or let's call it listening, maybe rather, is so not through fixed archives which are connected to that history with the capital H, but through bodies, voices, experiences. And you hinted at it now a little bit. What I find astonishing by reading is, what I wondered was, how did you decide or see a way of translating this violence in a book form? You've mentioned now that you had, in terms of maybe what you wanted to do with language and, countering a colonial violent mode of it also, but the work itself on the language, through the language, to then bring it together. If this was clear to you when you heard already, these witness reports, horrible stories, or if this came through the, if we want to call it also translation of that, how did you find form, or even meaning? Or is it unmaking an idea of meaning by, bringing it into these levels of languages that you have brought in?
This French philosopher, Paul Ricoeur, he says that the translation is an endless act of, the task of translation is an endless act of memory and mourning, and that memory itself, memory is meaning. When we are working with memory, we are reconstructing, we are assembling things to create meaning. So it actually took me, I didn't know right away what I would do with this, what I was listening to, what I found out, and there's very little archival material because it has been repressed for decades during the military dictatorship. These kind of massacres and were not allowed to be excavated. It's only recently in the 21st century that there was the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to investigate some of these massacres. And even those things that were investigated, now many of them, most of them have been locked up again in the National Archive of South Korea. So they're not available. So I can only rely on the interviews, the oral interviews. And it was hard for me to work on, to think about what I've heard and these meetings, these encounters. So I really didn't do anything for about 2 years. I had the recording, but it was really, I didn't want to listen to them. I wasn't ready to listen to them. It was very difficult. So then I thought about, because I used a tracing paper over the flight patterns of the snow geese, and then translated the snow geese into letters D, M, Z. And these scribbles that you see, they're incredibly beautiful. These were scribbles that the investigator made while she was telling me the stories of the 8 girls who survived the massacre. They're no longer girls. I mean, they're in the 80s, and some of them have died, because it was also very traumatic for her. So this is what she was doing, scribbling. So then I asked her if I could have her scribbles. Then I thought, okay, tracing as a form of translation, and also that it could also be another language of trauma. So that's why I created these tracings.
One thing I wondered while reading is what role maybe the chorus played for you as a group, a collective of witnessing, but also in the voices you bring together, for example, the orphans, but also the groupings of people you read, the quotes you brought, if this can be seen as a kind of a chorus, for example, bearing witness, if that was part of the...
I was trying to use multiple voices, sort of like the multiple languages of the experiences of trauma, and but also resistance. For instance, like when you said that I use quotes of the books that I've read, like Kafka's In the Penal Colony. That's an incredible story, by the way, and I thought that really he spelled out, visually, just this sort of a machine, torture machine, but it's also a machine that is sort of like a power apparatus. And then I connected that with Althusser's writing about ideology and ideological state apparatuses. So it was a way for me to synthesize and sort of think through what this, the power structure of neocolony, neocolony meaning South Korea. So it's not like a traditional colony, like the U.S. is actually settled and running the government, but it's a different form of control by having militarily and also economically and politically too, of course, where the elites of the South Korea benefit by with its complicity with with empire.
I think one form of manifesting that power is often also in the visual and in images, especially through photography, and you are using some, so you told us about some of the drawings. Maybe you can speak a bit more about especially the photography and also the collaged ones. Some are your father's, right? So this, what you mentioned before, the work of not only memory, but memory's memory, is also within the pictures. And can you speak a bit about these two, please?
Yeah, this one, my father is in this picture. He's the one on the left at the bottom, and he's holding his camera. My father told me about this day. This was 1961, May, when the military, the first dictator, Syngman Rhee, was pushed out by the students and protests, and then there was a military coup the following year, and so this was the day of martial law declaration of martial law, and in front of the old city hall in downtown Seoul. And I began to use the photographs of my father because he had witnessed so much of the South Korea's history from the Korean War, including other wars in Southeast Asia, Middle East. And I was trying to sort of understand also my history, my location, or this location, through his photographs. And photographs were his language. So by using his photographs, I'm sort of incorporating his voice as well into my work. And then these are photographs that he took of the student revolution, April of 1960. And of course, the students and even children, you know, primary school children sacrificed themselves during this uprising. And it's connected to the massacre that took, you know, one of the massacres, one of the many massacres that took place before and during the Korean War against so-called communists and communist sympathizers. So I cut out this document that documents the orders that came down from the administration, Syngman-rhee's administration, to, you know, kill off the communists, and then juxtaposed it, made a collage with the, you know, my father's photographs of that revolution, student revolution that pushed out Syngman-rhee. And then, you know, the vowels that I read, that is, it goes back to, oh, actually, this is perfect. I got those vowels from the three words: convert, change, view, and that's from Mr. An, because he was imprisoned for 4 decades because he refused to change his political view. So what I did was I sort of made a cluster of consonants. Then I made a cluster of vowels. And then I used the poet Kim Il-sun's idea that it may be that women's or death's song is sung only in vowels without the consonants. So that's where the E comes from. And then I thought, what would the sound of torture would, you know, how can I, you know, make that sound? And so then I thought E. Then in Korean, E, like this, is like a mirror image of number 10, right? And then it happened that when I went to an interview for my US citizenship, there was number 10 in the form, and it says, "Are you a communist? Have you ever been a communist? Or, you know, have you ever supported?" You know, so then that's how I came to repeat that E. But then I thought the E, of course, represents, you know, sound of torture, empire. But then I thought the E also has other possibilities. E as equality, E as internationality. Yeah.
Thank you. I was curious about the vowels. It would have come later on my list. So beautiful that we know this now. Because, yeah, I had this very visceral feeling of how this brings the body on the page, really, the very physical. I feel you prevent a re-narration that takes out the bodies of those you spoke with by bringing these vowels in, which are so closely connected then to the bodies that you've listened to. In the passage that you didn't read from now, with the stories of the orphans, I feel you, because also of how the notes page and the text on the other side this is a pattern that goes through with these poems. It's almost like you share a language of resistance, maybe, or make a formal language of resistance with them. Or that's how I read it in a way. And it says there that this is written in honor of the nameless children who are still homesick, captive, in detention, in internment, in concentration camps, in seas, in deserts, on Planet 9 and such. And is it that by naming the trauma of these children in honor of these others that I have just read is also a way, again, to extend and to push borders in a way towards a global solidarity, whatever that might mean, and in the face of global oppression. Also, I was wondering if that paragraph, and also by making this language of resistance, of course for a very specific historical event, this massacre that you described, but in certain forms of repetitions and language that is built that opens it also up beyond these borders.
Yeah, the orphan poems, it really comes out from, I was really inspired by seeing Ilya Kabakov's installation that I happened to also see. I didn't plan to see it, but I just happened to be there in Texas, Marfa, Texas. So there's a permanent installation called Schoolhouse Number 6. So it really moved me to see that installation, because what he did was he created the perfect sort of utopic schoolhouse, the Soviet Union schoolhouse, where the children were considered to be the future and highly valued. But then he allowed that schoolhouse to sort of self-destruct by not having windows, so all the wind and sand blew in. So when you walked in, you're just like walking into a disaster. But it gave me this idea that it felt like memory, that I was entering a form of memory. And there were some really beautiful things inside. I found little stories that the school children wrote about their school experiences, their field trips, how they fixed their roofs, how they went to the museum one day and they misbehaved. So that actually gave me an idea that the imaginary act can also be a form of translation. So I pretended, because Kabakov also pretended to be one of those children. So I thought, okay, I will pretend to be these orphan girls and write as if they had written these notes, diary notes, about the experience of this massacre. And then I wrote that in Korean and then translated into English. So that's how that came about. And also I was influenced by Glissant's book, Relations of Poetics, in which he says that imagination cannot avert any atrocities, but it can slowly change mentalities. However slowly, it can, that happens. So those are the two main, Kabakov and Glissant. I just sort of, somehow it just sort of, I just did it in like 2 days. Yeah.
Thank you. About translation, we've been talking about it in several ways, but you told us, and also the book starts by you, or beginning the book by translating the Snow Geese. So this learning, languages, or learning to translate birds, or learning to translate languages of return, in that sense, is one practice. And I was wondering if then, in the way the method of also writing this book is writing poetry in itself already an act of translation, and I mean this as is self-understanding, looking at the world already, an act of translation, and then bringing this into literary or poetic form is then another form of translating. Or do we need more words for these different activities or acts of translation? Or is it quite okay that we think of all of this as a translation that informs each other and that can make, and also, again, maybe unmake meaning of which we are too sure?
I don't think we need other words. Okay. Because I think that we can think of translation on a linguistic level, but we can also think about translation as how we view the world, how we interpret the world, how we narrate our own histories from the ground up, not from, from the state. So how can we retranslate those official narratives? How do we translate? How do we generate counter-narratives through translation? And it's just thinking through translation. And the reason I really love Ricoeur is that he says that just to think, to narrate our stories is to translate, is an act of translation. And he has this beautiful idea of linguistic hospitality, where we welcome the other into our language, and that how we must translate each other, and that's how we can reconcile, we can heal. So I think that translation can do all those. It can be very expansive. Yeah.
I agree. I would say, in this, if we see then imagination and creation as translation, there's one line in the book that I found so beautiful that I suggested it. We take it as a title for this evening, and this is I Speak as a Twin, that I find in what you just explained beautiful, but I think there's also more to it, like how to connect time, not only memory, but in this connection of time and dislocation that plays a role for you as well. Maybe you can talk a bit about that as well.
Yeah, I Speak as a Twin actually comes from this pamphlet. It's an essay. The title, which I also use in DMC Colony, Translation is a Mode. Translation is an anti-neo-colonial mode. So translation is a mode. Sometimes it's Benjamin's line from his essay, The Task of a Translator. But I know that it's also been translated as translation is a form. So then I wanted to join his idea as translation is a mode with translation. For me, from my context, from my political and historical context, translation has to be an anti-neo-colonial mode. And I Speak as a Twin, that really comes from actually my very childish idea I had when I was a child. So when we left South Korea, I was very homesick, and so then I started to imagine that there was part of me that was still in South Korea, and that she was also growing up at the same time as I was. So she was always there. So then that sort of helped me to sort of cope with, being displaced. So that when I started to translate, feminist Korean women's poetry, then I remembered her. So I felt as if like I was sort of conversing with her again, that she was instructing me how to translate things. So that's where that comes from. Yeah, I Speak as a Twin. And it's sort of not too different from, Edward Said's idea of people of exile, they don't live just in one dimension. We live in multiple dimensions.
Which also means then
simultaneously.
That translation, I mean, it's a trite thing to say, but still true, is first and foremost an act of listening, even to your dislocated twin, or like finding the places where you listen and how close you listen to them then. I'm looking at your watch and I'm shocked that our time is already off, because I could continue forever talking to you. Thank you so much for the reading and for the insights and sharing of your thoughts with us. It was beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Going to slowly move to the next activity, so I'll just invite everyone to please get back to their seats so we can get started. Sorry. So our next contribution is it's a conversation. It's a reading. It's a conversation. It's something halfway between that, and it's titled "Scatter Balance on the Importance of Dismantling and remantling languages. And we're very happy to have what I want you, so Bejeng Ndikung with us today. I'm going to briefly introduce him, and then we're going to move on to the conversation. So, what I want you, so Bejeng Ndikung is a curator, author, and biotechnologist born in Yaoundé in Cameroon, and currently serving as director and chief curator of the Haus der Kultur und der Welt in Berlin. He is also the founder and former director of Savvy Contemporary, as most of you probably know. He has published works, including several ones, you know, such as The Delusions of Care, but also an ongoing upcoming tale, and most importantly, well, not importantly in the sense of ranking the books, of course, but in the sense of the event today, Pigeonization as a curatorial method, which is the departing point for this conversation. So, as I mentioned earlier, it's going to be a conversation, it's going to be a talk, but we're also going to do a bit of reading. We're going to read primarily from the book which I have over here with me, which was published this year. Yeah, I think we can just get started. I kind of prepared 3 points, which I would like to frame the conversation around. Yeah, like 3, or maybe just 2. I'd like to frame the conversation around. And perhaps a good way to start is to mention that in reading, you know, the book, I was personally quite inspired in reading it, because the idea of pigeon and pigeonization is something I relate personally to, coming from a context coming from Cameroon where pigeon has such an important place, you know, both in the cultural, political space. So I'd like to start by, I have to say we're going to focus on one of the chapters of the book, which is where we got the title from. So I'd like to start by reading a few extracts from that chapter. As I mentioned earlier, it's going to be a conversation, but one thing we're also going to do is just bringing in a few other references, like mentioned within the books, but also I think that kind of relate to what is written in the book, because one thing that is also very fascinating about the book, it looks very little in the format, but it's very deep, and it's also just the different references that are brought into the book. So I'm just gonna start reading. And perhaps the first point, I really want us to focus and center around the theme or the topic of the talk, which is scatter balance. And again, it's a term in Pidgin English, that actually speaks to me a lot too, because it's a term that was used, you know, and that had such a very strong connotation, because when you listen to the word scatter balance, it really meant disrupting and completely subverting, you know, whatever was mentioned in whatever context it was used. So I'll start by reading a short extract of it. Yeah, and it goes, in boarding school, scatter balance was the term used by the senior students to describe the kind of punishment they gave to younger students. Scatter balancing consisted of a slap on one side of the face as the action, and a counter slap on the other side of the face as a reaction. A veiled modern-day version of Luke 6:29, which says, "And unto him that smiteth thee on the one cheek, offer also the other." While colloquially we had adopted and reappropriated scatter balance to mean something that shakes and destabilizes you profoundly, etymologically, it actually means to dismantle and remantle. These two seems to be what pigeon and pigeonization perform. I would like to stop here, or maybe not really stop, but just like read another extract, which is in the next chapter. So I'm going to bring in 3, maybe like, let's say, reference points, and then from there, I will just invite you to elaborate a bit more on this. The first one, which is in the next chapter, is from Ojelut, who you quote. And you're right, Ojelut famously said that we can't use the master's tools to dismantle the master's house. But if we were to complicate this statement a bit further, we would say that the so-called master never built a house in the first place. The second quote I would like to bring in is actually a poem I brought along with me, which is from this book. And for those who are a bit familiar with Haitian poetry, it's a book which is kind of like almost called the Bible of like Haitian poetry. So I'd just like to read an extract out of it from a very famous Haitian poet who's called Gary Klang. It's in French, but of course, in a project where we're dealing with languages, we had conversations earlier on speaking about the future of languages and speaking about the importance of, just and reflecting about the future, how all these different languages, merge with each other. So I'm going to read it out in French, maybe make a brief summary of it, and again, just like move on. The poem is titled Les mots. Les mots sont fatigués, mes frères. Ces grands mots qu'on nous jette à la face, ils ont un goût de vomissure. Comme ces sources puantes près de la mer Caraïbe, où enfant je plongeais joyeusement, malgré l'odeur de soufre. Les mots sont fatigués, mes frères. Les mots en ont assez, et plus personne n'y croit. Les mots divisent, les mots séparent. Plus on explique, plus ils s'embrouillent. On dirait des feuilles oubliées qu'un vent violent déplace. Les mots font mal. Les mots nous blessent avec leurs arrêts vifs. Rarement, ils nous consolent. Et si rare est la fluidité que lorsqu'on la rencontre, on dirait un grand rêve qui serait tombé du ciel. Les mots n'expriment rien. Les mots sont des farceurs. Tout sourit est une quête de pouvoir. And if you just like briefly allow me, I'll bring in the kind of third example before just inviting you. And this one is from the book. It's the writer Anna Lovenhaupt. I'm not sure if I pronounced the name correctly. It's a quote you write in the book on the idea of assemblages. And I'd like to read it out to the audience. Assemblages don't just gather lifeways, they make them. Thinking through assemblage urges us to ask, how do gatherings sometimes become happenings, become, that is, greater than the sum of their parts? If history without progress is indeterminate and multidirectional, might assemblages show us its possibilities? Other authors use assemblage with other meanings. The qualifier, polyphonic, may help explain my variant. Polyphony is music in which autonomous melodies intertwine. Now, I know maybe it's been going in different directions, but I would want to invite you maybe to elaborate a bit more on the term, this pidgin word scatterbalance, which I think on its own already carries a whole knowledge, is already a whole world, on its own. And in reading these 3 examples, from my own reading, or at least one of the understandings of scatterbalance I have, is in the idea of dismantling, which is what Ojelut speaks about. There is a need to create, our own tools, or to use our own tools, to dismantle the master's house. In the idea of dismantling also comes maybe the idea of like death, which is what Gary Klang in the poem I wrote speaks about, starting the poem by saying words are tired, and there's a need, to create, our own kind of like words and our own kind of vocabulary, but also maybe moving on to that in the idea of like remantling or the idea of assemblages as an hope, right? There is a need to reassemble and remantle, and as you so rightly said, just expanding on Ojelut's quote, maybe from the very beginning, the master never created any house, but there is a need in these times to create, or at least to bring back what was that the master dismantled. So I would just like to invite you to maybe elaborate a bit more on like scatter balance from a linguistic point of view, but also just generally.
Good evening. It's a great pleasure to be here. I feel very honored to be invited to Savvy Contemporary. It's actually my very first invitation from Savvy Contemporary, so I appreciate that. You know, there's always a first time, as they say. Thank you, Billy, for the introduction and for sketching this map on language, on the dismantling and remantling of language or languages. And especially thank you for the poem, which is in itself very powerful. And yeah, thank you all for coming and for the beautiful invocation today. If you permit, I would like to start with the poem and think about the tiredness of words, especially now. We are all massively tired. And not only us as humans, our words are even more tired and even more useless. And I've been thinking about this in the past weeks, you know, the impossibility to articulate the pains we go through, the impossibility to hold them, the impossibility of the languages we use to carry our pains and our joys. You know, and there's not much joy in these days. So I thought that was very important to read this poem. Words constantly fail us. The languages we use constantly fail us. And I think that's why we need new languages. And so there's a possibility of inventing new ones, but there's a possibility of using some of the languages that people have tried to discard. So writing this essay, it was about thinking about this, one of these many languages, you know, which in this case is Pidgin. You know, a language. I think it's basically the only language I speak properly. Because in the context in which I come from, which is Cameroon, we've had to deal with so many colonial languages. And in the middle of all of this, you know, a language emanated, which was not only, you know, that's why I like Anna Ting's thought of the assemblage, because it's more than the sum of its parts. So Pidgin is not just English words and French words and say Douala and Gemba and all these things. It's something completely different. And it's not syncretism. It's not just, you know, it's something else. And I wanted to think through this language, which in itself is a representation of some kind of resistance, but also some kind of embracing of the different worlds that collide, that come together, and this language is in itself a space of negotiation because it doesn't have those clear rules. And it's, in writing this essay, I was thinking about, the kind of world we find ourselves in which people don't really want to negotiate anymore, Everybody seems to know better than the other. Everybody seems to want to be radical and want to have a radical position, want to, claim a space, a vantage, and nobody's really willing to budge, to take a step away. But Bejeng is the epitome of moving away from your position, drifting, getting lost, going wayward, being on a kind of an errand. It's errantry in itself. So I think that is what I was trying to do. And in this particular example, which, when Billy was reading it out, I thought it was funny, but it's actually not very funny because, at the age of 10 or 11, as it is in the part of the world I come from, you have to go to boarding school, so you leave your parents. And I'm saying that as somebody who has a 12-year-old son now, and I cannot imagine sending him to boarding school. But it was just normal in my context, And you go into this extremely violent context, and you're really trashed on a daily basis. So people would do that. They would slap you really hard on one side, and the moment you're about to fall, the balance. So that's where the notion of scatter balance comes from. So, but again, like in every society, people appropriated this notion to mean something else, to resist something. So, Bejeng as a form of scatter balancing, the actio-reactio, simple law of physics. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So this is what I was trying to work with and work on. The idea being that the moment somebody invades your space, you don't wait, you start resisting. And some of the most effective spaces of resistance is the word, the spoken word, but also the body as the language itself. So I wanted to think through Bejeng as that resistance, so, and that's why I didn't really entirely agree with what Ojolor was saying, that master didn't build shit, didn't build any house, we built the houses for him. So I think we actually know how to dismantle those houses because we built them. So maybe the master was very good at surveying the way we built the houses. There's an anecdote, which is used in Cameroon to ridicule a group of people, the Bafut. Because there was a German guy called Dr. Singraf who came to Cameroon, a very brutal fellow, one of the most violent people of all times. And, when he came to Cameroon, people hadn't seen glasses, lenses. And so this guy would take off his glasses and put on a stone and tell the people, I'm watching you. And he will go away. And people will work for 24/7. Thinking that he's watching. So people use the stories to ridicule the Bafut people that, how could this guy play this trick on you guys? But it speaks of the violence. And so Bejeng comes in as this possibility. So the guys were building the house. building the houses. So if there's anybody that can really dismantle it, then it's them. So Pidgin comes in as the possibility of dismantling that house. You know, that language bubble, you know, that structure. And I think that is why people are so afraid of poets. They're so scared of people that use the words, people that can activate words, people that can use words, you know, to reach certain goals. That's why they're so afraid of them. So I was just trying to think through that.
Yeah, there's something you mentioned which I wrote down, and which I think is perhaps a good connection to the second point I had, which maybe it's not really a question, but again, it's more like an invitation, you know, for you to just like maybe tell us a bit more. There's something you mentioned about, you know, Pidgin, which I'm trying to find from the book just to read it properly, but you mentioned something about Pidgin as, I think you said an errantry, you know, so Pidgin as being errant, which made me smile because it just reminded me of a portion in the book where you write about Pidgin and Pidginization, and, you know, in the way you write about it, you describe Pidgin, or at least Pidginization, as, you know, this process which can, you know, in a very, you know, kind of unexpected way, you know, can also produce outcomes, you know, again, which are not expected, you know, and it kind of reminded me of someone you also quote in the book, in a chapter, you know, after that, no, before that actually, who is Kofi Akpo, you know, who's a very well-known linguist, you know, who has been working a lot on languages, but particularly, you know, Pidgin, Creole, Pichi, and who, interestingly, in a very simple way, says that in the Western world, there is an understanding of language as something that is meant to be fixed, as something that is meant to be static. Whereas he says something that is interesting, and the research has been doing a lot in West Africa on Pidgin, you know, on different types of Creole, and on Pichi in particular, he's like, actually the people have an understanding of language as something that is meant to change over time, as something, you know, it's not really in the idea of evolving, but it's the idea of like changing. I think there is something in that which I find very fascinating, because earlier we mentioned the poet from Martinique, Montrachi, who says Creole is the language. He was asked a question in the interview, where does Creole come from? And he says Creole is a language that emerges from the people. It emerges from the body. And I think there's something really interesting in that, because it kind of like hints to the fact that the same way we as people, we as bodies, you know, change over time, language does the same. But it also reminded me of the concept of creolization, the concept of creolisation, you know, by Edouard Glissant, where he says the difference between creolization and creolité is the fact that creolité is something that is fixed within time and within identity. And the same way you have, in French, they say francité, you know, which is like the French identity and everything. Whereas he says creolization, the very interesting part about it is the fact that you might foresee an outcome, but it is much more than what you can think about. So I was kind of wondering if you can maybe say a bit more about how, you know, with this in mind, you think about Pidginization, because I think in the book, one thing you also hint towards is the fact that Pidginization in a similar way is a process where, you know, in the idea of reassemblages again, you know, one might think about or try to foresee some outcomes, but there is something happening there which is very unforeseeable, you know, which also comes within the space of performance, as you hinted a bit earlier, you know, where there's a lot of improvisation also that comes into it.
Yeah, Billy, you're not asking simple questions, man. But thank you for that. I think in the 90s, there was a quota labeled in France for radio stations to play French music, you know, and use French with a very narrow, very limited understanding of what French is, which is the fetish of language, you know. So German has to be spoken in a certain way, and it has to be Hochdeutsch. So very few people would feel comfortable, I mean, apart from the Bavarians, you know, because they're also the Freistaat, you know, so, I mean, they're free to use their, you know, their language as they want. But there's this fear of going away from the beaten track. So language has to be straightforward. And that is what, you know, they try to impose on us. We had to speak in a certain way, you know, ideally with a British accent, you know, because those were the colonial masters. Pidgin does the opposite of that. Again, that's why teachers were so scared. You know, in Ngugi wa Thiong'o's Decolonizing the Mind, he writes of a moment in school in which, also boarding school, they were not allowed to use their mother tongue. And would actually punish you. One of the punishments they gave you was to put a signage on you saying, "I am stupid," because you spoke your mother tongue. So this is the inherent violence of coloniality, you know, and it still goes on like this. But Pidgin grows on a daily basis. So you can invent a word, and so long as somebody, you know, the beholder, your conversation partner understands that, then it's fine. And so you can walk or you can travel West Africa all over the coast, and you would hear hundreds of Pidgin versions. And you just have to adapt yourself. Nobody complains about it. So when I speak to Nigerian brothers and sisters, I don't go complaining, "Oh, you use the word I don't understand." I just try to catch up with them. I go to Ghana, I go to Sierra Leone, and so on and so forth. It just continues, right? And that is what I meant by the errantry. And I like what you said about créolité versus créolisation, because this is it. You know, one is claims to be written in stone, the other embraces fluidity. Says, we will go with the stream. It doesn't matter where it takes us to. We'll flow. So long as we can carry you with us along the way, we'll flow. And this is actually what language should do. There is no need for language to be imprisoned within a particular geography, imprisoned within, you know, a particular time. Because the German of today is not the German of 200 years ago, although people want to make us feel that it's just like this, you know, and make us feel that Germany, it's a very particular homogenic, you know, monochromatic structure, which we have to refuse because it's a conglomerate of different villages, to say the least, you know, coming together. And, you know, the creation of the nation state tries to keep all of us outside of this complex, while we actually know, anybody who knows a bit of history understands that it's a piecing together. So, which is what, you know, one does with language as well. And even in the places where one claims that the language, you know, it's English, it's very interesting to see what people around the world have done with the English language or with French, right? Because I could have a full conversation with somebody from England in English and they don't understand what I'm saying. Because we've recolonized the language, we've taken it up, we've done things to it, right? And they wouldn't understand. So the example I've given in the past quite often is, when Chinua Achebe writes, proverbs are the palm oil with which words are eaten. If you've never eaten palm oil, you'll never understand what he means. So they've just taken the language and done something else with it. So it's also accepting the fact that languages are organic, and Pidgin is an organic language. It grows. It reacts to the daily life. It disrupts. And that is the most important thing about that language, a language of disruption. It's not meant just to please you. It's meant to turn everything upside down, to make you understand that that thing you call normal is actually my abnormal. That's what Pidgin does,
Yeah. Thank you. I think it's very interesting what you mentioned, about almost the kind of belief, we're brought into. Because earlier in the day when we had the opening, I mentioned something which is kind of very personal to me, but which really speaks to the kind of context or entry point I had to Germany, which is when I was moving to Germany, like a few years back, one of the very first things I was told was the fact that, I had to somehow learn German to be able to integrate, and I think it's quite interesting, what you said about the fact that even what we call German, like the German that was spoken decades ago is not the same to what is spoken today, or I remember when I moved to Germany, I was living in a very tiny place near to Stuttgart, and at work they actually spoke there was in German, but it was just kind of interesting, to me. I also want to be conscious of the time, and I think I have just a very last point before maybe opening up to the audience for one or two questions, if there's anyone with a question. And it's a kind of question actually I take from the last sentence in the paragraph, where you write, Pidginization as a method of curating proposes a polyphonic and multidirectional practice of curating. I think this is a question perhaps very personal, but I'm just interested in hearing more from you, what you understand by Pidginization as a method of curating, or how do you situate Pidginization within the field of curating, basically?
I think there are two possible ways of responding to that. First of all, I'm not really interested in writing about curating. Some people wanted me to write about curating. I was interested in writing about Pidgin. So it just so happened that the two came together. One. Two, I think what I was trying to say is that how can we develop a curatorial practice that is less static, that is sensual, that reacts to the circumstances surrounding us, but also affords ourselves the possibility of depth, that gives us the possibility of rethinking spaces or spatiality, which are my daily concerns. I teach in the faculty of Raum strategy, spatial strategies. So I think about spaces a lot, the politics of spaces, You know, how do we create spaces? For whom? For how long? How do we keep people out of spaces? The violences of certain spaces, the body as a space, language as a space, and so on and so forth, you know. So I wanted to think about, you know, this thing that one calls an exhibition space, which is also at the base of the foundation of Savvy, right? You know, to think, how do we create a space in which, you know, these different people can come together, you know, and everybody has the possibility of proposing their own philosophies, and then we negotiate that space. So, in the past, I had written something about curatorial practice as a gathering at a bar or jazz club at 3 a.m. in the morning, in which everybody is exhausted, but somebody still wants to do a jam session. You know, everybody's drunk, but you know, you remember when Miles Davis was asked, how do you choose your band members? And he said, based on the way they carry their instruments. You know, I mean, not the way they played, but the way they carried it and respected the instruments. So something like that, you know. So 3 a.m., you're tired, drunk, exhausted, but you still know how to carry your instruments. So what happens in that space? You know, not everybody is at the top of their gear, but there's something very instinctive that holds the band together. And this is how I like to imagine an exhibition to be. You know, not the hyper-polished space, not the hyper-articulated space, not the pretense of perfection, you know, this kind of pseudo-intellectualism, no. But a space in which we negotiate, we understand our weaknesses, you know, it's like dancing, you move, I step on your toes because I'm not a very good dancer, you forgive me for that, and we continue dancing. That to me is an exhibition. And Pigeon came in as the metaphor for that, you know, to articulate that space of imperfection, that space of fluency, that space of incredible eloquence that doesn't pretend to cut every T and to dot every I, but it flows, you know. So that's what I was trying to articulate there.
Thank you. I think at this point I would open up to the audience if there's like a question or two. We still have some time for that. So maybe you just like manifest yourself, like raise your hand up, and then we can bring a mic towards you. Yeah. Do we have a third mic? Maybe? Yeah. Okay. Just here.
Hi. Actually, while you were speaking about the language, I remember my experience when I just come to Germany. And actually, I already finished study, but when we were studying with international group in Germany, we all come from different countries. I'm from Kazakhstan, and there was really 10 people from different countries, and we notified that English it's not our mother tongue. And then while we start to speak and study English in Germany, actually we notified that we became a bit different by our identity, because in our mother tongue we cannot say no, we cannot really fight for our position or for our boundaries, but in English that was super easy. And we notified that it's kind of like we became a different person also for inside by the way how we talk. And maybe it's also a main problem for me why I cannot speak German. And I mean, I try to learn, I try to speak, but when I speak, I feel that something is missing, the part of my identity, like how I make jokes or all the stuff, because I don't know the language how I wanted to know. And then it make me to be like, okay, maybe I can be more like English speaker and avoid German just because I don't feel myself so connected to it. Yeah, just.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like many other things, language is a kind of a corset. You know, it could be very tight. You know, you could also loosen it up, you know. So I understand that, and yeah, I feel like responding with an example from my own time of learning German in the 90s, you know, or because you mentioned something about, you know, not being able to say no in your language, but in English it was easy and so on. In German, you know, you say, komm mal her. And people say, komm mal her. And there was something extremely hard in this that I have never really gotten, you know, comfortable with it. And even when they put a beta in it, it still sounds like a command, like military. So, yes, languages, as I said, are spaces, and people use them in different ways. At the same time, one can stretch that, you know, that's why poetry in German becomes also very interesting, because despite the fact that it's a few words, gives the language a bit of elasticity. So I'll encourage you to learn it and to go ahead with it. Because, I mean, it never hurts. The thing about coming from a post-colonial context or a neo-colonial context is that one is obliged to speak 7, 8 languages. It's not by choice, but we have to. So just go ahead and learn it. You never know.
Thank you for your answer.
Hello, good evening. Thank you so much for this talk. I'm a South African. I live in Germany since 2011. And I'm fascinated, for example, we do not have pidgin English in South Africa. But when we speak, we sort of mix. I'm a Xhosa speaker. We have in South Africa 11 official languages. Afrikaans is one of them, which is more or less like Old Dutch. And then we have English, because we're an English colony as well. And then we have our vernacular languages. So I am a Xhosa speaker, so we mix our language with English, but it's not exactly like pidgin. But what I wanted to talk about, maybe I don't want to ask a question per se, maybe I will ask it at the end. I've noticed that in my country, the way you speak, if you speak English closer to how English people speak English in South Africa, people assume immediately that you are intelligent. So you can talk a lot of nonsense and everyone would be so glued because of how you speak. And then I came to Europe. I'm an opera singer, and I would hear opera singers speaking English, like Pavarotti or Angela Kyoku when they are interviewed. And they speak English like Italians do or Romanians do. And I was quite fascinated by that. South Africa is probably the last country to be independent in Africa. So we have a lot of problems. We still have some kind of colonial mentality. It doesn't only touches on how you speak, it also touches on how you look. So the lighter you are, there's something called tone privilege. There's something called accent privilege. So this has been for me fascinating, and I wonder how people started with Pidgin English. Were they doing that purposely, or is it something that grew organically? They never said, oh, we want to colonize English. But yeah, I'm just fascinated by languages. And also there is the idea that languages don't develop. So as a South African, when I go back home and I hear people speak, I usually notice that there are new words all the time that are suddenly a part of the language, a part of the Xhosa language. So I would go for a year. A year is a long time. And so you hear new words all the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So many things there. I'm very grateful. Yeah, I actually like it a lot when I listen to South Africans speak and they bring in these English words and pull it out, and it's quite funny. You know, similar things happen in Cameroon, obviously. Unlike in South Africa, we have 230-something languages, distinct. So it's a very complicated space. And all these things come together. So, of course, Pidgin grew organically, but also purposefully. There was a very important article in the first edition of the Cultural Review in Cameroon called Abia that was published in 1963 and was written by a guy called Professor Lantum, The Pidgin Option, or some title similar to that, because it was just after independence, 2 years after independence, and the question of language was already in the fore. So you have a place with 100 or 200 and something languages. Then you have the Francophone territory and the Anglophone territory. As you might know, there is a war in Cameroon right now with hundreds of people killed on a daily basis. And the war is based on the language line. So the Anglophones that are the minority are being killed, and so on and so forth. And they want to claim their own territory, they want their independence and so on. So it's a very complicated thing. So in 1963, Lantum foresaw that. And he said, what if we made Pidgin the national language? And nobody listened to him, because Pidgin was the language of the streets, of the market people, because that's how it came up to being, the trade between the colonizers and the indigenous people. So people had to speak somehow. So bits and pieces of this language, you know, so of course, the languages, the indigenous languages, but then the Portuguese came to Cameroon in the 1500s. And then came, you know, others, you know, then the Germans, and then the British and the French, and all these people coming to extract. So people had to speak with them, so they always kept something, you know. For example, you say in Cameroon, you say, you the konto, which you the konto so? Why you this greedy? Why you this, you know, and it comes from German konto, you know, the bank, the account. And there's so many of these examples. So people pick this up and it becomes part of the language, and they play with it, and it grows. So that's how the language came to being. But at a certain point, people knew that if we have to fight against these people, we need to speak a language they can't understand. And because there are 230-something languages, we need to understand each other. So they developed that further. And the one thing that was clear was that the Germans would understand the French and the British would understand it. Despite the fact that you have their words in there. So yes, that's how it became. Another point you brought up, which I find very important, is the politics of mimicry. So the more you mimic, and that mimicry happens in many ways. You go to Senegal or to Congo, some of the biggest businesses are skin lighteners. So the cosmetics are light. So the lighter you become, the more you can fit into a certain idea of beauty, which has been imposed upon you. So the closer your accent is to some American or British accent, the more you become appreciated in society, because this is what you're told. Right? So if you're going to school and they tell you cannot speak your mother tongue, you can't speak Pidgin, and so on and so forth. You have to speak in a certain way. This is what you learn over 14 years, 20 years, and you can't just get out of that. That is actually the neo-colonial project, right? One needs to work against. And in South Africa, which is a very complex place, as you said, one of the last countries to free themselves on the African continent from this apartheid structure. The saddest thing about it is that same violence is perpetrated on other Africans. Operation Dudula, for example, in which you see black South Africans going into the hospital and taking out other people because they don't look South African, but they're black. So it's the complexity of the colonial project. And that is it, So one can use language to talk about these many different things, and this is what we're trying to do, right? So it's very interesting we're talking about this. Just at 5 p.m. today, we had a conversation with a group of people in Cameroon, students, 20-something students, because Savi is doing a festival in Cameroon called Bamba, and corpo literacy, which is a festival for literature and for performativity, so the written word and the embodied word. And so people were talking exactly about these things, What kind of languages do we use? How do we move beyond, this idea of the closer you get to Europe, the better you are. So I don't know, Tanka is somewhere here, he spoke about, technologies that we've had since time immemorial. Like he gave the example of ekwang, which is a meal in Cameroon, which you use cocoyams to make, and you wrap it in a leaf, and you cook it in that leaf. And so people have found ways of working with this technology since time immemorial. And at some point, somebody comes to you and tells you a hamburger is better. But how? It's just impossible. Just like, the sophistication of your language. You can't use English to express those things, And Tanka was saying, how do you even tell somebody I love you in English? It's so banal. It's so banal, right? And while in other languages you have, like you can conjure words to tell somebody I love you, right? So this is it, and this is the space of negotiation, and that's why we try to invoke Pidgin as an option, as a possibility of going out of this very tight structures. And to me, writing this essay, I see it as, a continuation of several essays I've written and not published around the crisis in Cameroon. Again, last week, 30-something people were slaughtered in Mamfe. Hundreds of people were kidnapped in the north of the country. Slaughtered. Nobody knows about this. Nobody. Who's talking about it? And it's happening on a daily basis. So to me, thinking about language in a context in which there is a war around that was a way of also dealing with this trauma, this imposition of language on you, right? And yeah, I think some people are doing that work in South Africa. At least I know through music it's happening, in a very powerful way.
I think we're going to have a last question because we're running a bit late. I saw a hand. Okay, there's a mic coming your way in a bit.
Yeah, I just want to attract attention to what you say about the language not just being the spoken or written language, but just also the physical language, the body that we inhabit. I was thinking, for me, intuitively, it's a lot easier to learn a language or to express yourself in a language when you have been to that culture, when that culture have entered your body, when you have experiences, emotional experiences of a certain culture, of a certain tradition. And I was thinking, I wanted to ask you, Bona, what are the ways you think we could explore for contemplating and maybe influencing this evolution of the body language, how we interculturally change, not just gestuality, I'm not talking about just that, but also, I don't know, the way you walk or the breathing, how you manage your breathing, all that can actually influence and ease up the process of entering a culture, understanding a culture, expressing yourself interculturally, globally.
Beautiful, thank you so much. This was at the core of the conversation we're having this afternoon.
By the way, in Africa, we have a rich culture, in Afro-descended diaspora as well, rich culture of expressing through the body what we couldn't express, language, because we lost it in many ways to all the processes and the diversity itself of our cultures. But yes.
Totally. Thank you. I published an essay, I think in 2016 or so, with a title, I don't really remember the title, but it was something about the body as a slate, as a sponge, and something else. And the subtitle was Uncorporal-literacy, thinking of literacy of the body. Because some people, because you don't speak English or you don't speak German or French or Spanish, and they say you're illiterate. You can't read and can't write. While that same person speaks 8 other languages, and even more interestingly, that same person uses their body as a language on a daily basis. So it was a revolt against this idea of illiteracy. Now, in the beginning of that essay, I invoke the writing of a few writers that I appreciate a lot. One is Olugwibe, and the other one is Siabai Robi, a Nigerian scholar who said the body is a site of discourse. And in this essay, which I've spoken about a lot in the past years, titled The Philosophy of the Sea, he writes about the Africans that were abducted from the African continent and taken to the so-called New World. And in the moment they came together and couldn't communicate with each other, or were not allowed to communicate with each other, they used their body as a space of communication, which people have always used everywhere in the world. You know, and Shahroudi writes that whenever somebody dances, and he gives an Igbo proverb saying that whenever you dance, you make a movement. It's a kinesthetic compression of knowledge and time and space. Every movement. So dance is not a banality. Movement is not a gesticulation. You know, you see me conducting the whole time with my hands. It's not banal. It's a way of expressing. It's a language in itself, right? And Shahroudi gives several examples. One of them being the idea of the carnival. He says, you think the carnival is there to entertain you? No. It's the space of expression of knowledge through the body. And it's the space in which that knowledge is passed on from one generation to the other. Right? So you're coming there to entertain yourself, but people are there passing on their knowledges to the next generation. That is language. Right? The other sentence I invoke in the beginning of that essay is the last line of Fanon's Black Skin, White Mask, which takes the form of a prayer. He says, "Oh, my body, make of me a man that always questions." Oh, my body. It's a prayer to the body. Make of me a person that always questions. Which summarizes it all. The knowledge of the body. That body as that space of language that pushes you to question where you are, how you are, where you're heading to, how you find yourself there, and so on and so forth, right? So I think that is why performativity became so important for Savi. That we started asking ourselves the question 14 years ago, if the languages we use are not enough, where do we go to? If the languages imposed upon us are not enough, what else can we adopt? As my mother would say, you cannot be at the bank of a river and wash your hand with spit. This is the river, the body. Wash your hand with the river. Don't wash your hand with spit. So it was obvious that we used the body as the language. So I hope it answers your question.
Thank you very much, Bona. It's always a pleasure to have you here. And you mentioned earlier it was the first invitation. We're looking forward to the next ones. We're going to continue our program.
Sorry, Billy, not to interrupt you, but we have a final question from...
Yeah?
Oh my God. Okay, I do it very quickly. Just to say also, I mean, the way we do programs here, we sit together and we speak, and Bonaventure many times he said, that's a very beautiful list, but you need to do better. And last time we invited beautiful artists, and this time we did better. But I wanted to say, Bonaventure, in regards of like language, again, I wanted to go into affirmative love language question, because I remember we had the beautiful philosopher Suleiman Bashir Diagne with us, and he was talking about language as a form of emancipation and liberation. And in the same conversation, we also talked about forms of corpus literacy or other forms of writing, like the artist Fatma Kaduri, who also said, like, she did this flower, this rose garden, because her grandmother was illiterate, but she had this poetry tattooed on her face. And I wanted to ask you about other forms of writing systems and your like love languages, and how you record it and how do you want to disseminate them.
My own personal love language?
Exactly, exactly.
Okay, thank you, Linan, for the question. I will respond with an anecdote. A few years back, I don't remember when, we went to Essaouira in Morocco to do a collaboration with the Gnawa Festival in the framework of the project on ultrasanity, you know, where we're investigating the notion of madness and the impossibility of madness. And we stopped at a carpet dealer. And looking at this carpet with all these incredible symbols, and I was trying to decipher them and ask the guy, what does this mean? What does this mean? What does this mean? At some point, he got very irritated. And he says, if you really want to know, you have to go up the hills and you speak to the Amazigh women. They are our dictionary. That's what he said. And I found that so fascinating, because basically what he was also saying was that these carpets are not just rocks for you to walk on, make yourselves comfortable with, but they were actually archives. There were actually books for which you needed an initiation to be able to understand. You basically, like sometimes you read a new language and you take a dictionary by your side, the Dudun, and you read the text and you refer to the Dudun the whole time. So that is what it meant to me. So that space as a space of language. And Fatma rightfully said that some of those symbols you see on the carpet, you see on people's faces, right? Another example, I don't know if he's still here, who's working with the Uli, Jerry. Jerry was researching on the Uli paintings in Nigeria. And the women that used that to paint the walls, very sophisticated kind of writing system, you know, and they use that on their bodies as well, right? So that body becomes, again, on multiple levels, the site of discourse, but also saying that, and this is a question we've been asking ourselves here for several years, where will we find our philosophies? Where will we find our knowledges? Will that be between the covers of a book? Yes, but also in other spaces, in the carpets, in the textiles, on the scarifications we use, in the way we gesticulate, you know, the writings on the walls, basically, you know. So, yeah, multiple spaces of writing, and actually the negation of the simplistic way of understanding writing as, you know, something that has to, you know, take a certain alphabetic form. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We're kind of running a bit behind the schedule, so we're just going to move on to the next performance. And I am going to invite, sorry, I'm a bit blind because of the light here, so I'm looking for, yeah,
Sagal.
exactly. I'm going to invite Sagal to, introduce the next event.
Is this on? Okay, perfect. So I would first of all like to thank Billy Fo and Bonaventure and Ndikung. And thank you, Bona, for accepting our invitation. And I'd also like to invite you to, may I have your attention, please? I would also like to invite you to prepare for some motion and activation by Pelumi Adejumo, a Nigerian Dutch runaway pastor's child, interdisciplinary writer and lucid dreamer. And what we're going to experience next is a healing practice, an activation of our bodies and voices in a way that is beyond language. And Pelumi writes in invented languages as well as the languages that inhabit their body, the languages in between. So please follow their voice as it guides you through the entire space of Savvy Contemporary.
Dari kepajo Dozindeva Nazindeva Kini Tubanisi Tubanisi Jali budele wewelem Kyabi sinele dewe Breathe toward your navel. Breathe
finish? Hello. Can you hear me well? Yes? Yeah. Are we all here? People in the back, maybe you want to come closer? So, hello everyone. Before starting introducing our last offering of tonight, I wanted to share that thanks to this project, I have been focusing the last week on which kind of languages bring and create solidarity, liberation, resilience, love. And I feel that today have been a day full of those. So I want to say thank you. Thank you for everyone present, listening, sharing, talking. Thank you for the invisible ones holding us here today and always. And following that, I'm very happy to introduce our next and last act, Being the Measure, by David Singh Ji with Marvin, Regis Molina, and Adonis Panther. Being the Measure have been in the space the last 2 months, but today it takes another kind of life. And Being the Measure brings together minimalist sculptural and musical form based on David Singh Ji's intensive research of Afro-Cuban musical context with a spoken word score composed by Angie Kifa. The installation will be activated in a performance in which Singh Ji will be joined by prominent Cuban musicians who travel from very far away to be tonight with us. Marvin, Adonis Panther Calderon, and Regis Molina. Together, they will activate Singh Ji's constellation of percussive sculptures to generate an improvised polyrhythmic composition permeated by Kifa's text. So before we start, I want to say that it's not a participatory performance, but you are invited to dance and to join from where you are right now. So the floor is yours.
Adonis right now from Mexico, but I'm here from Cuba, and Regis is always far away but very close, and so it's an incredible opportunity. And first things first, maybe I wanted to ask you to join me in a moment of silence before we try to find expression in sound and word for all human beings suffering from terror and war at this moment. whether or not certain processes form, whether or not certain organisms form complex mental associations, whether or not certain animals form associations depends on the room, the distance to the top to bottom, in a room, in a place, body to bounce, space of thoughts, complex of thoughts. perceptions of its environment. Certain animals' body parts affect mental experience, affect whether mental experience, affect experience. Whether subject sees in a room in thought, whether experience seen integrated and abstract or discrete and concrete. 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 Either or. 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 environment makes the subject body bounds. In the brain of an organism, if the environment makes the subject body bounds. In the brain of an organism, in a room inside, the infinite inside. If in the brains of higher organisms, a determining factor is a memory. In the brain of an organism, in a room inside, the infinite inside, living inside of a pattern, a behavior, a pattern, a behavior. In the brains of higher organisms, the determining factor, determining behavior, is the pattern, determining memory. Then, in the brain of an organism, a new pattern, a new behavior. One, a living thing inside of a living thing. Two, in a room inside, the infinite inside. Three, without rocking. Four, a number of endings. Five, the measure of them all. Order will vary. Order will vary. Being the measure of them all, a number of endings. In a room inside, the infinite inside, without rocking. Inside of a living thing.
Well, David, Marvin, Regis, Adonis, gracias. Thank you so much. Maybe one more, one applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again, everyone. And, yeah. I don't know what to say, actually. So.
Thank you so much. I would be grateful if the entire project team can join me here on stage right now. So that would be, please, come up. Just for a few closing remarks, a few words. Yeah. So just for a few words, if I may have your attention, please. I would like to read a poem by the Somali poet Chama' Kadiya Ilmi called The Speech of Our Language. Chama' Kadiya Ilmi, The Speech of Our Language. Utterance without weight, spoken with no emphasis, and all frivolous speech is the death of our language. Our speech is our heritage, the most intricate poetry, a song to make us dance, a song to help us work. It's helo and burambur, it's chorus and refrain, syllables and music, conversation and veneration, threats and boasts, riddles and tales. Stories and facts. Our speech is our heritage, spoken by our ancestors. It's the wealth of our people, our children's treasure house. It's the lodestone of our culture, utterly indispensable, the means of seeking assistance. Thank you. Now, within this project, I don't know how many of you may have read the concept, but I have truly struggled to find words the last few days, the last few weeks. And I count my blessings that it's a concept that I wrote 2 years ago and that we have worked together on as a collective space, Ave Contemporary, and within this project group that's standing next to me right now. And sometimes the words come to you in the final hour, so I've written them down. Bonaventure mentioned the impossibilities of language at the moment in this time when we're carrying so much grief. And at the same time, he identified that we have built the Master's house. Now, if we've built the Master's house, we within ourselves, as he mentioned, we between us have the tools to dismantle the Master's house. But this demands for us to speak to each other, to commune, to connect, and to allow each other to solidarize in the best ways that each one of us knows how. For those of us who's been here for the duration of this day and this evening, you will know that we've gone through a range of emotions and responses, from grief to laughter to immense joy, and the minute changes that have moved us from one to the other. So allow me to begin where we ended in the very beginning today, which is by reading a very short excerpt from LTI, a quote from Lingua Terti Imperi, meaning the language of the Third Reich, by Viktor Klemperer, and it's one of the core readings of this project. He was a German Jewish philologist who survived the Second World War and who during that time paid close attention to the minute changes around him as the language of the Third Reich began to permeate his surroundings and ultimately the bodies that carried it. he wrote, "Every language able to assert itself freely fulfills all human needs. It serves reason as well as emotion. It is communication and conversation, soliloquy and prayer, plea, command, and invocation." Now, as he observed language that carried with it what I would consider death by tiny increments, I would like for us to make sure that we pay attention to language that carries love, hope, and joy by increments as well. Language that, as my colleague Meghna calls, world building. Billy mentioned earlier that a core part of this project is polyphony, and that is the significance of this room that we're in today. We are this polyphony, and we are the voices that carry within each and every one of us melody, story, and that know how to intermingle, and that should intermingle. Thank you for joining us tonight. I hope that you will join us again and again, and I hope that you, as Toni Morrison said in The Nation, that you will speak, write, and make language again and again. And as is tradition here at Savi, I would like for us to go through the entire list of all the people that made this possible today. And I will do this together with my colleagues. Thank you to, I believe Meghna is about to start here, actually. Please, carry on.
Thank you to Sagal for passing the mic. And I wanted to start by thanking our collaborators, Funkina, a project space in Hargeisa, Somaliland, and also Alice Yard, our future project partners or current project partners in Trinidad. We'd like to thank also the Savvy Friends Association and the coordinator for the Savvy Friends, Harley Osole. Thank you to the exhibition participants, some of whom have been present here tonight as well. Thank you to Pelumi Adejumo, to Blick Bassi, to Onur Chimen, to the Hargeisa Cultural Center, to Lucas Lugarinho Braga, to Farkhondeh Shahroudi, to Lerato Shadi, to Lulazim Ukai, and to David Zinki. And thank you then to our invocations partners, to Pelumi Adejumo, to Rokia Bamba, to Don Miche, to James Notin, to the incredible food by Merle Reuter, Gail Edmund, Veronica Meyer. Thank you to Anya Saleh and to Farkhondeh Shahroudi. Thank you to Bonaventure, so Bejeng Ndikung. Thank you to David Zink and to Marvin Dees, to Regis Molina, and to Adonis Panther.
Thank you, Meghna. We also want to take a moment to thank all the helping hands, those you probably didn't get a chance to see today because they were in the back making sure the house doesn't fall. So just allow us and give us a moment to thank them. We would like to thank Lily Sumogi, who is part of the Savvy team, who really put everything together and for this to work well. Hannah Brandes, Ranaf, Boiling Head Media, who enabled us to stream this event live. Thank you very much. Thank you to Thomas Seve, who did the lighting. Thank you to Tommaso Marinaro, Turi Agostino, Iham, Kao Silva, Karen Agani, Miriam Gad, Lara Fonderico, Aditi Kapoor. Thank you to Tal Levinsky, who couldn't come here today, but was very helpful and was with us in the planning of this. Thank you very much.
And in closing, I want to mention Savvy Contemporary is Linhan Balatbat Helbok, Grace Baggett, Onur Chimen, Bilge Emir, I'm Sagal Farah, Billy Fo, Raisa Galofre, Manuela Garcia Aldana, Juan Pablo Garcia Sosa, Hubert Kromny, Danielis Hernandez, Anna Jäger, Hadra Hede Keral, Lisa Kologe, Laura Klöckner, Kelly Krugman, Mokia Laisin, Renan Larouan, Rafał Lazar, Nancy Nasser Aldin, Abhishek Nilamber, Matthias Rademacher, Lema Sikot, Meghna Singh, Lili Smogi, and Ola Zielinska. So thank you all for being here with us today and tonight. We appreciate you very much.
We thank Hauptstadt Kulturfonds for funding this event. And all of you who, on their way out, maybe take one of the Savvy Friends flyers, because this is a way how you can, with, if you can, an amount of less than €5 per month, not only enjoy all our events for free, as always, and also the exhibitions, but you can help us stay in independent space, which not only now, but has been difficult to do, to maintain the space for now almost 14 years. It gives us more flexibility, it gives us security, and also a way to connect in community. You know, we didn't name it Savvy Friends for no reason. It's not just about a one-way giving, it's a mutual giving. So please consider to become a member of the Savvy Friends and make this community grow, because especially in this time, we really need to hold together and need to know and make kin. So thank you for considering. They are right there, so you can't miss them. Thank you so much.